I'm standing by. No audio, no audio. No audio. I don't hear audio. Oh, shit. Putang ina. Saan na yun? Hello? I cannot hear anything. All right, we just heard Harvey Chan giving out our shuffle up and deal to the final 8 players of the main event of the Vietnam Poker League 2024 from the Grand Loyal Poker Club in Hanoi, Vietnam. My name is Noel Zarate, and here we go. Final 9 players. Of course, you're going to see a bunch of nicknames there. Our chip leader is still My Bien, known as Bean, currently holding the lead at 6.8 million. And the gentleman from China, the very enigmatic Ketian, at second place right now at 6.3 million in chips. Sun Jianfeng, we're going to get to know all of these players in just a bit, in third place right now. And just to let you know that the gentleman who busted out in ninth place is from Vietnam as well. Ha Man Tuong busted out in ninth place. And we're going to tell you how he busted out in just a few moments. But right now, we are starting with hand number one of the final table. As you can see at the top right of your screen, 778 entries into this event. 788 entries, I might have to say, for this event. And we're down to the final 8. Action now on the gentleman from China, Sun Jianfeng, is contemplating on what to do with his pocket sixes. The opening hand. Once again, this is the fourth day that these players have come back. And for some, of course, playing on a day 1A, day 1B, day 1C, day 1D to make it to day 2, then to day 3. And now to this point, our blinds are currently at 60,000, 120,000. We rolled back one level. We were already at level 30. We're back at level 29 right now. And it's a raise to 240,000. That's a pretty hefty raise. That's a 4x coming from Sun Jianfeng. And so far, he's picked up nobody to go up against him. So the opening hand of the final table goes to Sun Jianfeng. And that's what they're fighting for, folks. The trophy of the main event. But of course, a lot of money is at stake. In fact, we are crowning 3 billionaires today. At this point, the final 8 is guaranteed a total of 310 million Vietnamese dong, or the equivalent of about 12,500 US dollars. You can see the payouts right there, 310 all the way up to the 3 billionaires in the top 3. 60-minute levels already at this point. We started out at 40 minutes per level, then we moved up 30 minutes during the turbo part, and then now 60 minutes. Once again, you can look at the payouts on your screens. The winner is going to take down 3 billion VND, or the equivalent of about 121,500 US dollars. Second place, 1.95 Vietnamese dong, or about 79,000 US dollars. And third place is going to take down 1.3 billion VND, or about 52,600 US dollars. A lot of money at stake. In fact, the original guaranteed prize pool was at 8 billion, or about 323,900 US dollars. That prize pool almost doubling now to 15 billion. So more than 15 billion, or 610,500 US dollars. I mean, what a week it's been here in the Grand Poker Club, or Grand Loyal Poker Club in Hanoi. Got a raise from under the gun from our chip leader. That raise coming from My Bien. With Queen Jack offsuit, has not yet been called. That's a min raise at 240,000. Once again, the blinds are at 60,000, 120,000, 120,000. Big blind ante. Over now to the dealer button. And that is folded as well. And we have Hung Bob. That's his name right there, Hung Bob, otherwise known as Nguyen Tuan Hong from Vietnam in seat number 6. So no resistance there. Once again, My Bien, or Bean, is still the chip leader, now at the 7 million mark. And Ketian of China in second right now. We're going to get to know who Flick is. Flick is actually Lin Chi Hong, also of Taiwan. We got three players from Taiwan, three players from Vietnam, and two players from China. One of the rare occasions, folks, that you're actually going to see a final table in an international event that has an entire cast composed of Asian players. If you go back in time a bit, the last bust out before we had the final nine was actually the Russian Vasil Radev. So he was the last bastion of hope for the non-Asians to be joining in this final table. Of course, ninth place went to Haman Tuong, and now we're here at our final eight. Ace King off suit now on the dealer button, folded to Justin Chu, or Chu Chen Jen, as he's called here. So Justin Chu, the shortest stack at the table coming in, came into this with less than 2 million in chips. Still pretty serviceable at this point, but with Ace King, he's decided to move all in and probably steal the blinds and the antes as well. Now the chip leader, Mai Bien, has over 7 million in chips, so technically Justin Chu is asking for about close to a third of his stack with this all in. Now Mai Bien's got King Jack. Is he going to gamble with his hand right now in the big blind? No, it's too rich for him. Justin Chu moves up, able to steal 300,000 to move up above the 2 million mark. Once again, lots of activity here. The final day of the VPL here at the Grand Loyal Poker Club, located at the Grand Vista Hotel here in Hanoi. We are at the second floor where this featured table is. And again, Mai Bien just losing a bit there below the 7 million mark. So Justin Chu has moved up to 16 big blinds. And going down to the bottom now is Nguyen Tuan Hong of Vietnam, but that's still a lot of big blinds. He's got 14 of them. Flick, of course, being the gentleman from Taiwan. Lin Chi Hong in seat number 1. And here's the enigmatic player, Ke Tian. He doesn't show up on Hendon Mob when you research on him, so a lot of people are speculating that he might be using a different name. Some players like to hide sometimes, especially when they make it deep in the competition. But Ke Tian from the +1 with a very, very ambitious raise here. It's a min raise with ace deuce off suit. And folded now to Justin Chen in the cutoff with Jack 9. The gentleman in the USOP hoodie is also going to fold. That would be Nguyen Tuan Hong. So far, everybody just feeling each other out. Of course, they did come from the final 9. That table lasted for a little over an hour before the ninth placer got eliminated. And pretty much we didn't change seats here. So again, ninth place went to Haman Tuong, and he was paid 253,200,000 VND. Again, everybody now guaranteed 310 million VND, or about 12,500 US dollars. The prize pool hitting over 15 billion, 15,093,200,000 VND to be exact. 98 players got paid in this field of 788. And the top of the prize pool being contested by these 8 gentlemen right here. Again, very rare in an international competition to see a final table devoid of players not from Asia. So this is a testament of how much the game has grown in this region as well. Justin Chu had a shove earlier with Ace King, did get a caller. Now in the hijack position, he's got pocket 4s. Decides to lay it down. Jack 10 off suit, the second time Jack 10 offsuit has appeared. And the holdings of Nguyen Tuan Hong in the cutoff position now. Earlier he had it in the small blind. He's also going to lay it down. IBN, 7 deuce, dealer button. So understandable that these players are actually trying to go with those premium hands at the moment. Nobody really making any wild plays. Of course, we did see Katian raise from the +1 position with ace deuce. Just want to see how it's going to be like here. So we're going to have our first walk of this final table. That pot going to the gentleman from Taiwan, Lin Che Hung. Now look at the assembly of the people here. We do see a few Filipinos out there. They're Dave Spade or Kiaga, but busted out earlier. Still in attendance watching. Some of these players, the audience members are pretty good players in their own right. As we take a look at our chip count, we got three players rather, below the 20 BB mark, led by Justin Chu. Sun Jianfeng, one of the three Chinese players here. Sun Jianfeng has actually amassed almost 375,000 US dollars in career earnings, and coming off a hot streak actually. 5 cashes in Taiwan during the World, or make that in Cambodia during the World Poker Tour Cambodia Championship. Over now to Justin Chu, he's being tempted again. He had ace-king earlier, pocket fours, and now in the +2 he's got ace-3, but still pretty much a long shot with a lot of players to pass. Mai Bien, the chip leader. In the cutoff with a suited Jack 7 of spades. Decides to go for a raise. Mai Bien, also one of the most popular players in Vietnam, top 20 in the all-time Vietnam money list, 18th overall with over 572,000 in career earnings, and coming off about 3 cashes already this year, 2 in Taiwan in the USOP and 1 in the WPT Championship. So able to get that one to get back to the 7.1 million mark and still be the chip leader. We are in for a long grind here, ladies and gentlemen. Again, a lot on the line in the final table of the main event of the Vietnam Poker League here at the Grand Loyal Poker Club. My name is Noel Zarate once again. And I'm going to be seeing if the link has already been shared. Not yet. So you can start commenting as well on the Facebook, because I can't see it because I don't have the link yet. What I do see is that Pham Tien Dong has folded King 5. Here's a serviceable hand for one of our short stacks right now, Nguyen Tuan Hong, with Queen Jack offsuit. It's at the +2 position, playing with only 14 big blinds, but decides that it's not the time to do it yet. Wu Feng Seng, another player from Taiwan, in seat number 8. Second shortest stack coming into the final table at 2 million. Another walk. We've had 3 walks already so far here at our final table, and Katian is finding this very amusing right now, that everybody seems to be a little card dead. The only one who's shoved all in so far is Justin Chu, who picked up ace-king, didn't get any callers. So we're pretty much where we were at the start of this final table. Again, 3 players down there, Justin Chu, Wu Peng Seng, and the guy they call Hung Bob, or Nguyen Tuan Hong. Both below the 20 BB mark. Our blinds are at 60,000, 120,000, 100,000 big blind ante. We just started this level because it's on a rollback. So we're back to level 29. And here is Win Tuan Hong picking up pocket fives at the +1. We saw Justin Chu fold pocket fours from pretty much the same position earlier. Again, you're thinking about the ICM pressure, you're thinking about the pay jumps, and he decides to fold the pocket fives. The difference between 8th place and 7th place, folks, it's a little over 3,000 US dollars, from 300 million VND to 390 million VND. So everybody's being a little cautious, especially those lower stacks. Got a raise from My Bien with ace five of diamonds. And at the rate things are going, My Bien can actually just keep on bullying this table if they're going to be very passive, at least here in our first orbit. Ketian second in chips, though. Picked up 10-8 off, 10-8 suited, 10-8 of clubs. A suited one gapper. On the dealer button, no less. So he may think of coming in. He will have position post flop. Yeah, those blue chips are worth 100,000 each. So it appears that Ketian has made a 3-bet. And the 3-bet is the 720,000. Pressure now on the big blind of Pham Tien Dung. He's seen a raise and a re-raise, and he's got King Jack. King Jack offsuit. Pham, of course, one of the middle stacks right now, so he decides to get out of the way. Now, My Bien, lovely blue hat, by the way, started all of this. If he does make the call, he'll be out of position. He's got a suited ace. That's pretty much it. And if he does call, it's going to be the clash of the top two chip leaders right now. Going to have to play a time bank card. I believe 6 time bank cards have been given to each of the players. Suddenly a little quiet. See if My Bien is going to... It's like he's 4-betting here. Okay, now it's on. He has just 4-bet this to 1.8 million. Sensing that Ketian was raising in position to blow him off the hand. $1.8 million. He's got about 5.6 million behind. It's his turn to play a time bank card. Again, 10-8 of clubs is pretty sexy, especially if you're in late position, but now facing a 4-bet. Ketian might want to weigh his options here against the chip leader. Yeah, we don't have much information on Ketian. Rumor is he's one of the he's a pretty popular Chinese player, but if he's using a different name, he's pretty hard to trace. So that pot was worth 1 million into the ledger of our chip leader, My Bien. And with that, My Bien has now climbed, calls himself Bean. He's now climbed to 8.1 million in chips, trying to create some separation. Of course, establishing himself as the table captain. He is joking with his fellow Vietnamese players there as well. As we mentioned earlier, 3 Vietnamese players. 3 players from Taiwan and 2 players from China. Moving on now to hand number 9. That includes 3 walks so far, if you're keeping count. Folded now to the dealer button with Sunjan Feng with Jack 3 offsuit. Sometimes it doesn't even matter what you have when you have position on the others. Again, 5 cashes in the World Poker Tour Cambodia Championship so far in 2024, including a 7th place finish in the main event. He decides to fold that one now to the blinds. Pham Tien Dung has declared he is all in. A lot of pressure now on Justin Chu to make this call with King 6. He will be all in to call. Question is he willing to gamble for his tournament life? We've seen that happen during the Superstar Challenge when Romain Beer decided to go for it with Queen 6 suited and actually got the double up. The main event trophy, of course, was there during the picture taking, and now it is looming over the players, the final 8. As we once again check out the payouts, everybody at this point guaranteed 310 million VND or 12,500 US dollars. And again, 98 places got paid in this event or will get paid. Some have already, of course, received their share. The min cash was at 32 million VND. And quite an international cast as well. This is the 4th day of competition for the main event. Of course, day 1A played out, then day 1B, then day 1C and day 1D happening on the same day. Then you had the day 2 and you had the day 3 and now the final table. Pham Tien Dung on the dealer button is going to make it a battle of the blinds as he folds 7-5 offsuit. 7-6 suited now for Justin Chu against any random hand that the gentleman to his left might have. Justin Chu, of course, in the small blind. Nguyen Tuan Hong not doing too well. He's in the big blind. He will just make the call. Oh, he's actually gone all in. And how about this? Hong's got pocket 9s. And actually does make the call. So Justin Chu is completely crushed right now unless he comes up with a bunch of spades. 2 7s, 2 6s. Bad timing for this push by the gentleman from Taiwan. Justin Chu, of course. He is at risk here. And I believe that Nguyen Tuan Hong does have him covered. The 7-6 suited. I'll make that King 6. Okay, they changed the graphic. It's King 6 of spades. We did not see the flop. We can't see the flop from here, and now we will. There's a 7, there's a queen, and then there's a 5. So no help. Pocket 9 still looking good. Needs to hit a king. Turn card's a 10 of diamonds. Justin Chu needing a king or else he will finish in 8th place. It's a 3 of hearts. They're gonna count the chips just to make sure that Justin is covered. That's actually a pretty good move at times with the small blind folded all the way to you. Trying to steal the big blind by going all in, especially if you have a short stack. It just so happened that Nguyen Tuan Hong had pocket 9s and couldn't say no to it. So is he covered? That's the question. Looks like Justin is not covered. He does still have a few chips remaining, but that's not much. So a fortuitous double up here for Nguyen Tuan Hong. As we now check out the leaderboard once again, he's up to 3.3 million, and Justin Chu is at 145,000. That's barely one big blind. So a bad move or a good move at the wrong time now puts Justin Chu on the respirator. And could be our 8th place finisher unless some miracle happens to keep him in the competition. Once again, look at the blinds. 60,000, 120,000. He is going to be on the dealer button in the next hand, so maybe he can just stick around and wait for something really good like aces or kings and try to earn the double up. As they say, it's not over. It's called a chip and a chair. So technically, that one big blind is his one chip. Another short stack there is, of course, Wu Peng Sung. I have to say it correctly. Wu Peng Sung of Taiwan. I hope I said it correctly. I believe that the E becomes sort of like a U. Just from experience, of course. Under the gun, the aforementioned Mr. Peng, or Wu Peng Sung, has found something that he might want to do something with here with 14 big blinds. He's got to take the cautious route. He's going to make a small raise. He's got ace jack offsuit, min raise to 240,000, and when a short stack makes a raise like that, usually he may have a strong hand, especially from early position. Now Sun Jan Feng has the exact same hand. Ace jack offsuit from the hijack position. He could try to isolate. Sun, the gentleman in the shades, contemplating on what to do here. He does have the cutoff, the dealer button, the small blind, and the big blind still to pass. Looks like he has made a 3-bet. That's the 500,000. Is it enough to scare everybody away? And my behind the chip leader exits stage left. Now with ace jack, you have to remember something called the gap concept. Ace jack is a great hand to raise with, not really a great hand to call with. But can he 4-bet this? Wu is down to about 12 big blinds. And he is going to fold. Once again, ace jack, another sexy hand to raise with, but when you get re-raised with it, especially out of position, what do? And he did the right thing, although when he watches this back, he'll be very, very disappointed that he was up against the same hand. So Mr. Wu has dropped down to 12 big blinds. Of course, Justin Chu still hanging in there. Lucky for him, this is a BB ante tournament. As we made this point before, some tournaments still do the old style of having everybody post the antes. That, of course, has all changed in recent years. Under the gun, unscanned cards now for Lin Che Hung. Ketian raised earlier with ace 3. This time he won't do it. Ace deuce offsuit. This time he won't do it with ace deuce suited. Folded out to Pham Tien Dong. Ace 3 suited this time for Justin Chu. Could this be it? It is it. He has moved all in for his remaining 145,000. And the chip leader, Mai Bien, is now looking over. He's got the small blind. He's looking over at how much Mr. Wu has in the big blind. He's got King 10, talking about Mai Bien. Maybe just making the call. Oh, he isolates. He isolates all in. Oh, he just says 2 million. So live cards for the chip leader, Mai Bien, and at risk, of course, is Justin Chu of Taiwan, who was ahead pre-flop here, but not by much.
Right, we have another winnable situation at the final table. Shots
These are
coming
chips
from
that
Taiwan, Mr.
Mai
Justin
Bien can afford
Chen,
to lose.
with Ice 3 suited of spade.
Technically, one big
Against
blind.
Mr. YBN from Vietnam with the king in his hand. Right, let's see the
Here's a look
flop.
at Mai Bien as the flop will arrive.
Whoa. The flop
Oh, the
card is
10 comes out
5,
immediately,
10 from
but
the high.
there are
Ace
two
spade.
spades out there as well. So the nut flush draw now for
Lost
Justin
draw
Chu,
for Mr. Justin from Taiwan. And the top pair and the
but
king of kings
Mai
from
Bien is
YBN from
ahead with a pair
Vietnam.
of 10s.
Let's see the turn.
Also an ace is an out.
Turn come with a giant diamond.
Turn card's a jack. The jack of diamonds.
Fucking chair.
Still 10 clean outs here
Justin with
for
ace
Justin
and
Chu.
spade.
Otherwise, he'll be our 8th placer.
River.
Here comes that river card.
Whoa, the river
River
combination.
cards, an ace of diamonds, and a double
Big
up
flop for
for
Mr.
Justin
Justin.
Chu. Hit one of his 10 outs. Needed any spade or an ace. And just a small price to pay for Mai Bien. And his attempt to eliminate a player and move everybody one page up. But Justin Chu is going to stick around at least for the moment. Put in a little over one big blind. Tried to steal. He got into this predicament by trying to steal with King 6 of spades. And it just so happened that the big blind at the time, Win Tuan Hong, had pocket nines and he got crippled. We're about to have a dealer change as well. Wow, time flies. This table started exactly at the 1 hour mark, and now we have less than 27 minutes remaining in this level. Still 8-handed. Everybody's still guaranteed 310 million Vietnamese dong, or 12,500 US dollars thereabouts. Just want to give a big shout out as well to one of the hardest working men in all of poker, Kai Coughlin of Life of Poker. He has been there from the get-go. He has tracked this main event. He's been a source of information for myself and a lot of other people who have been following on Life of Poker, the events that have been going down here at the Vietnam Poker League. So kudos to you, my friend, Kai Coughlin, one of the best in the industry. As we move on to hand number 13. Suited 10-9 now for Pham Thien Dong. And he has decided to get out of the way. Justin Chu, King 5 offsuit at the hijack. Again, he can still afford to wait. Can grind it up because you're not being charged any antes for waiting around. Now Nguyen, or Hung Bob as they call him here in Hanoi. Win Tuan Hong just had a double up. Now with Queen Jack off suit in the cutoff position, he's got up to 3.3 million in chips. He is raising. Over now the small blind. Wu Peng Sung from Taiwan. Stacked down to 1.2 million. Flicks it away. And now on to the 9-7 of hearts of Li Che Hung, or Li Che Hung. Lin Chu Hung, rather. He has made the call. He has invested the big blind and the big blind ante. Now he wants to see a flop that will favor him. He's got live cards. None of them hit. Ace, ace, trade, two clubs. Queen high still good. Win started all of this, so he's going to continue. And a quick fold there coming from Lin. Taking a look at the record here. Of Hung. Well, he's actually gotten over $114,000 in his career earnings. Has no cashes yet this year, but had a very busy 2023. His last win came way back in 2022 during the Asian Poker Festival right here in Hanoi. Get a look at the trophy and a look at how much everybody else here is guaranteed at this point. I do see the YouTube stream right now, folks. So just feel free to comment. Tell us where you're watching us from as well. And Justin Chu has now gone all in. So far, no customers. He will get one here. Suited Ace Jack from Wu Peng Sung. He's asked for a count. It's less than $1 million. Easy to say, of course. He's just got over $1 million here. He'll now play a time bank card. So Justin Chu has gone all in with King Jack. His countryman contemplating a call with Ace Jack of clubs with still the blinds to pass. Wu on the dealer button. Remember, he folded Ace Jack earlier, but it was off suit and he was facing a 4-bet, or facing a 3-bet rather. He knows his opponent has nothing to lose at this point. Boy, he lays it down. And how about this? Ketian calling with 10-3 offsuit. Live cards with a chance to eliminate a player. Not quite sure if he's getting a tongue lashing or he's getting thanks because there's an opportunity to knock a player out. But if Justin doubles through once again, every all-in he makes is going to be painful now if he keeps winning. So Justin Chu's tournament life is on the line. King Jack offsuit against Ketian's 10-3 offsuit.
Nice. FTCT situation. The dealer bid over the flop.
Here come the first three community cards known as the flop.
The flop is double seven
King
and
seven
double
seven.
kings.
So Justin
Blue
Chu has
cards
taken the
represented.
lead with a pair of kings.
The teleplay for the turn.
And Mr. Ketian is running very
The
thin.
seven
He's
for
going to
the
need some
nine
runners
seven
here.
of it.
That's not going to
Nine
do it. Nine of
seven
spades on
from
the turn.
China.
Another
And
double up
Mr.
here.
Justin had another double up. River.
See if an ace comes out on the river.
It will come
It
with
will
the
not.
queen of clubs. Our
It's a
lucky
queen because if an
draw.
ace came out on the river, that would have been a double up
We still have 8
for
players
Wu.
on
And
the
Wu's
track.
probably thanking his lucky stars that he did not go all in with the ace jack. I mean, it's hard to be results oriented here. He did make the right fold because of the ICM pressure, but another stroke of luck for Justin Chu as he now tries to build up from being down to just a little over one big blind. And now he has made it back to 10 big blinds. And guess who he ties? Wu Peng Sung. Both of them now with 10 big blinds. And Wu's probably sharing already what he had. A lot of people fall in love with Ace Jack. It's kind of hard to call it all in with it, especially if you're not that rich in chips and you're fighting for your tournament life. Fam under the gun with the Doyles. We still have 8 players remaining, 778 entries. Not 788, as I said earlier, 778 entries. The total prize pool from the original guarantee of 8 billion VND or 23,900 US dollars has almost doubled to 15 billion 93 million 200,000 VND or about 610,500 US dollars. Everybody now guaranteed 310 million VND or 12,500 US dollars. It will be a battle of the blinds as Katien has Queen 7 off suit in his small blind. It's like he's making the raise. Raise to 260 and ace 7 now for Sun Jian Feng or Sun Jian Feng. This could be a battle of China right here. And the call has been made by Sun. So the two Chinese gentlemen tangling in this hand, and the flop comes 8-5 deuce, two clubs. Both have missed. Katian now opting to check. See if Sun sniffs. That was a steal attempt. He tries to put pressure. Turn card now is the Jack. Another check here coming from Ketian. Sun is thinking, is my ace high good? Ketian second in chips right now. Sun a middling snack. Trying to test the waters now. Ketian with the insta fold. So the Battle of China for now has been won by Sun Jian Feng. And for Sun Jian Feng, Sun Jian Feng rather, 5 cashes as we mentioned in the WPT Championship. 2023 also had a first place finish in China in Chengdu. But then also before that was busy in the WSOP online series. All right, I think we may have solved the problem now here, folks. All right, we got to. Is everything okay now? All right, thank you very much. Kai's been monitoring the audio. And enough to see this, the PFR raise percentage, Ketian has been getting it done by raising 3 out of every 10 hands that he's in, trying to get some steals done. So back with us now here. No elimination so far, folks. We still have 8 players out of the 778 entries. Everybody's still guaranteed 310 million VND, or about 12,500 US dollars.
Main event target. Lights up. 75,000. 150,000. 150,000 quantity.
We will have our blinds go up after this hand, as Harvey Chan has just announced. Currently, it's at 60,000, 120,000. That'll be 75,000, 150,000. Love this structure. It's a very slow rise until we hit the pinnacle. Folded down to the blinds. And Mr. Lin Che-hung has picked himself something that he can do something with, but he's going up against the guy who's second in chips, decides to play it slow and just calls. Now, Ketian's got 8-5 of clubs. He does have an option to see a free flop. He decides to see what he's up against, so he's going to raise. Raise to 275. It's not a big raise. It's quite callable here from Mr. Flick. He's got about 3 million behind, 3.4 million behind. Out of position, though. More than a quarter of a million to call. That time bank card is slid in. Gives him an extra 30 seconds of thinking time. And think he does. Pot's only at 615,000. And the blinds will be going up in the next hand. Although he'll be in the dealer button, though. Oh, he decides to ship it. And just for posterity's sake, Ketian's going to ask for a count. So a very, very good plan hatched by the gentleman from Taiwan, Lin Che-hung. Now, the members of this final table, he's the one who's made the least amount of money so far. Has not had a cash, at least in what I'm looking at, in a very long time. Last cash came in the United States in 2021. And he's guaranteed some big bucks here as he's able to take it down on the 3-bet. The 3-bet shove. So Flick has moved up to 3.2 million. Justin Chu and Wu Peng Sung still hanging in there. We're one level up already. We're back to level 30 where we ended when the 9th player got busted out. Let's take a look at some of the big names that we've seen make it to the money in this event. Of course, 9th place went to Haman Tuong and to Vasil Radev. As we go down the board, 19th place went to Sergei Schumacher of Germany. 20th place was to Dave Spader Kiaga, who took down the Superstar Challenge. A bit of a roller coaster in the final day for Dave. Pocket Kings now for Ketian, the most active player at the table. As he raised the small blind. He has raised it to 375. Jack 9 of spades into the muck. Unfortunately for his kings. Look at that. He's even going to show it. Didn't make anything with it. Just stole the blinds and the ante. And again, Mr. Bean, or My Bien, is still our chip leader here. Let's talk about My Bien for a moment, our chip leader. And he's had a few cashes already this year, finishing 24th in the Mystery Bounty event in the WPT Cambodia Championship. Had 2 cashes in Taiwan during the USOP, finishing 12th in the High Roller Finale and 127th in the main event. Before that, of course, his 2023 was loaded with cashes, including a win in August, the Asian Poker Championship, during the Super High Roller 2-day event. Justin Chu. He is under the gun with Ace Jack, and he has decided to go all in. Ace Queen, though, for the chip leader. Ace Queen of spades. Now he asks for a count. Justin Chu's all in is for 1.5 million. And My Bien has got over 7 million in chips. The question is, does he just call or does he isolate? Because he's still in the +2. He's still got a multitude of people to pass. Looks like he's just going to make the flat call. Another ace gets folded. As Flick flicks away ace 5. Queen 9 offsuit now for Sun Jan Fung. He's out there. And of course, the famous 7 deuce for Pham. He's gone. So we're going to have a showdown here. And this time, Justin Chu is dominated. Justin Chu with the ace jack offsuit. Ace queen of spades for the chip leader, My Bien. Will we see our first elimination here at our final table of the main event? If Justin Chu loses, he will be taking down 310 million VND for 12,500 US dollars. But if he, for some reason, is able to double up, then we're going to have a completely new ball game here, folks. Flop is queen, 5, deuce, all clubs, and nobody's got a club here. So Justin Chu now needing running jacks or 2 cards to make a straight for a chop. 5% equity. Turn cards at 10 now. He'll need a king. Can he spike that king? It's 4 clean outs. Nobody folded a king. Everybody getting excited here at the Grand Loyal. You feel it coming. It's an 8 of clubs. So Justin Chu becomes the first casualty at our final table. The gentleman from Taiwan. Yeah, Justin Chu taking down 12,500 US dollars and earning his, I believe, his 9th cash of the year and first in Vietnam. So Justin Chu is now out. As we now have 7 players remaining. Now everyone guaranteed 390 million VND or 15,800 US dollars. And there goes Justin Chu. Pretty good career so far for the gentleman from Chinese Taipei. Actually, I would believe he's the richest guy in terms of winnings at that final table. Almost 1.4 million in career earnings. That's in US dollars, folks. So this final table has lost one of the most dangerous participants. And how about the two gentlemen from Taiwan? Justin, or make that the other gentleman from Taiwan, Wu Peng Sung, who's now ridden the pay ladder upwards. Here comes Ketian once again with the raise from the cutoff. Sun Jianfeng. Well, he put up a stand here on the dealer button with ace-4 offsuit. The raise by Ketian is with king-10 offsuit, but he'll fold. Talking about Sun. And Mr. Pham's got 10-4 offsuit. Ace-6 offsuit, though. The man they call Hung Bob. Win Tuan Hung. He knows that Ketian's been active. He's out of position. Decides to just defend his big blind. Heads up to this flop. Jack, 10, Trey. So Ketian has got middle pair. And Wynn's only got ace high. Wynn has checked it back to the initial raiser. The C-bet's going to take it down. So Ketian keeping a stranglehold of second place at the moment. And the art of shuffling chips there. There were several features already on how that's done. Sort of like a tension reliever, actually. 9.7 million already for Mai Bien. Creating massive separation now from Ketian, who's at second place with 5.9 million. Under the gun, the short stack, Wu. Ketian, suited Jack 4. Sun with the fold as well to the dealer button now, the Pham. King 10 of clubs. We've been seeing this hand a lot. Now, Pham has not moved in a while. Now he does. The blinds are up to 75,000, 150,000, so the raise is now to 300,000. Oh, Mai Bien. Ace 10. Gonna be Vietnam versus Vietnam. And he's gone all in. What a 3-bet. That's pressure coming from the chip leader. Pham Tien Dung. In the tank now. So for Pham Tien Dung, amassing over 390,000 in career earnings, has no cashes yet for 2024. He's guaranteed one here, guaranteed 390 million VND or 15,800 US dollars. Well, for Pham Tian Dong, the biggest cash of his career was actually 57,500 US dollars. And he got that a couple of years ago by winning the Super High Rollers in the Asian Poker Tour in Hanoi last June. He's also a main event winner in the VSOP Championship right here in Hanoi, also in 2022, for almost 40,000 US dollars. Who will be the next casualty? That's the question. My Bien on the small blind against the short stack. He's got King 10 off suit. And he's going to ask for everything he's got. Oh, it's going to be a call, though. Oh, and that's going to be a bad move by Wu at the wrong time. Wu Peng Sung has moved all in with King 9 offsuit dominated by My Bien's King 10 offsuit. And the smile on Wu's face after he decided to put all his chips in is priceless. Now he's going to need some kind of a miracle. His clubs are live. His king has it's a higher heart. So those are the considerations here.
Available situation again. Mr. Might again. Nice play.
Wu's already stood up. Wants to see the flop from a different angle. Maybe it can change
Mr.
things.
Under the small blind and the kings and the 10.
Case of bad timing.
Mr. Penguin from Taiwan. Cole with the king and the 9. So
I'm gonna smile here on My Bien. It ain't over though.
from Mr. Mike.
Initially, Wu's got to need a 9 on the flop.
Over the flop.
So we are gonna see this flop now.
Flop come with double
Ace,
X
ace,
on the
tray.
face.
All right, now there are chop outs here. Another 3 chops the pot. 9 gives him the win.
Turn. The turn come with a 6.
Turn cards a 6. Doesn't help. Still needs a 3 to chop and a 9 to win.
6 for the chop. 9 for the win.
6 outs.
What you want?
Here's the river card.
River. So river come with the 5.
River's a 4. And that's gonna do it. Wu Peng Sung from Taiwan has become our 6th place finisher in the main event of the Vietnam Poker League. And for finishing in 6th place, he is going to take down 390 million VND, or a total of 15,800 US dollars, back-to-back eliminations from the players from Taiwan. Wu Peng Sung. Six players remaining, and now My Bien is up to 11 million as we see this again, needing a 3 for a chop and a 9 for the double up. Got neither on an ill-timed shove. Now 6 players remain, and the 6 players are now guaranteed a total of 500,000 VND, or 28,300 US dollars. That's a huge pay jump, almost double from 7th to 6th. Check that. I think my math is wrong here. Ah. Oh, 18,000. Check that. All right. It is 18,300 US dollars. Oh, the pay jumps are going to get bigger. From sixth to fifth, it's going to be almost a little over 8,000 US dollars. From fifth to fourth, it's like 10,000 US dollars. From fourth to third, it's like 14 or 16,000 US dollars. Boy, these pay jumps are wild. That's why they say ICM pressure is real. PFR percentages once again. Ketian, most active player at the table. Chip leader Mai Bien has picked his spots well. And Mr. Nguyen, after the double up, Nguyen Tuan Hong has just been waiting for another opportunity. 7% PFR. Back we dive into the action here. Hand number 29 of the final table. Once again, my name is Noel Zarate. Thank you for watching the main event, the final table of the main event here at the Vietnam Poker League 2024. Before this all ends, I just want to thank everybody, especially our GM, Nguyen Vu. He's been stellar so far. He's been stellar in everything. Of course, Harvey Chan is usually my broadcast partner. Got a raise now coming from Sun Jan Fung. He's got pocket kings from under the gun. It's folded now over to Mr. Nguyen, who's going to let go of ace-7 suited. Ace-5 also folded. I'm not sure if Ketian wants to venture with Jack-Deuce. Even fumbled when he wanted to show it. So Sun, with the second best starting hand in No Limit Hold'em, has taken down another pot, albeit just the small blind and the big blind plus the ante. Any win at this point is pretty good. In fact, Sun has now claimed second place at the moment. 5.8 million in chips as we move into a dealer change. Ketian at 5.6 million. Lin, or Mr. Flick, at 2.8 million. Same as Pham Tien Dong. And Nguyen Tuan Hong, or Hong Bob, at 2.8 million as well. So a three-way tie for fourth place. That's still a lot of BBs to be played with our blinds at 75,000, 150,000. 150,000 BB ante. You see at the back there, 38 minutes remaining on this level at this beautiful, beautiful card room called the Grand Loyal Poker Room, located at the Grand Vista Hotel here in Hanoi, Vietnam. Noel Zarate still bringing you the action. As you can see, the congregation there at the back waiting for their friends. It's been cordoned off, and the cordon off is usually a lot closer than it is now, but they really pushed it back. So everybody's just watching a bird's eye view of the monitors that we have here. Actually just show the table. Can't show the hands, of course. We are actually operating on a 30-minute delay to preserve the integrity of the game. Well, the entire team here, Grand Loyal as well. This is world-class stuff that you're watching. And they've been doing a fantastic job as well. And of course, they did make the announcement already that the second VPL is going to be happening sometime in May. First week of May, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll be there to bring you the action once again. There's a raise now from Lin at the dealer button. He's got King-8 off suits, folded to the big blind of Sun Jan Fung with Ace-9. Now remember, when Flick did this earlier, he got caught. Let's see if Sun is going to do the same move. He's done better. He's gone all in. And a quick fold from Flick, who just can't catch a break. He's been trying to steal from late position, and he always gets some kind of opposition. He's the only player left from Taiwan, by the way. Talking about Flick or Lin Che-hung. Hey, we got Kai on the chat here. My Bien said Kai says, My Bien topped his flight in day 1B. Justin topped day 1C. Unfortunately, Justin is out. And Jian Feng and Peng were both second in their day ones. They all made it to the final table. Fortunately, Wu and Justin Chu are no longer at the final table. They are the first two players to be eliminated. Folded to the small blind, Sun Jan Feng. 10-9 of diamonds. He has announced he is all in. And now, Pham, who's got ace-7 off suit, asks for a count.
Automatic full blind to 100 forward pointing. Total with shuffle.
A little flimsy of a hand to be going all in with if you're Pham. Of course, he is all in to call. He's got to put in all his time bank cards now. He's going to need some time to think about this. He knows probably in his subconscious that he's ahead. But do you want to gamble for your tournament life and an upcoming pay jump? An upcoming pay jump of about 8,000 US dollars on just A7. But if he does call, this is the reward of a gamble. If he does call and his A7 holds, will we see the fortunes of this table change? Sun is shown the ace. And Pham lets it go. Again, Pham's a pretty solid player as well. We were mentioning about what he's already achieved in terms of his poker career. 390,000 in career earnings. And a number of championships as well for Mr. Pham. 4 wins already in his career. First one coming in the APL in Hanoi in 2021, where he took down the Superstars Challenge there. Won the main event of the VSOP Championship in 2022. And also took the Super High Rollers in the APT Hanoi just last June of 2022, rather. It's been a while since he's had a trophy. Folded now to Sun in the dealer button once again, this time with Queen 3 of spades. And this guy is now taken over the PFR race. Pocket sevens this time for Pham. He'll be out of position at the small blind right now. He still has the big blind to contend with. He's gone all in. And lucky for him, Win can't call with King 6. Neither can Sun with Queen 3. But Sun's going to ask for a count anyway. Sun Jun Feng. Another one of those successful players out of China. He decides to fold. Sun Jun Feng, also with 4 titles in his career. The first one came all the way back in 2014 when he was still in England. Won a title in China in 2019 as well, the Tiger Poker Cup, the Masters tournament there. And in the WPT Cambodia in 2019, won the main event warm up. And his last win coming in August of 2023, taking down the main event in the Hangshan Cup or the Huangshan Cup in Chengdu, China. Under the gun raise coming from Flick. This is pretty strong. Lin Che Hung. Ace 10 of clubs. Pham again with the ace 7. He's on the dealer button. He lets it go. Win. Can't get a hand to play with. And a quick fold also coming from the chip leader, Mai Bien. So finally, a steal works. Mr. Flick, Lin Che Hung. Get a reminder, everybody at this point guaranteed 500,000, or sorry, 500 million Vietnamese dong, or the equivalent of about 18,300 US dollars. Sun doesn't pull the trigger this time. He had king 8, folded it. Wow. Hung Bob can't get anything right now. He's starting to get frustrated. Mai Bien doesn't need cards to play right now. He's got over 11 million in chips. And he will raise from the small blind with 6-4 diamonds. Flick. King 5 off. Against the chip leader. So when Mai Bien decides to take a stab, very rarely does he get any resistance. The last time somebody tried to go up against Mr. Bean here, got booted out of the tournament. Yeah, the PFR race. We want to see the VPIP percentage later on, of course. Those three are going to be up there. Well, they do have the most chips. Welcome to hand 35. Once again, this is the final table of the main event. Last day of competition here at the Grand Loyal Poker Club in Hanoi. Local time now is just past 4 p.m. Pocket Queens, finally something for Nguyen. Now the question is, does he get paid? Nguyen Tuan Hong. Been at 2.4 million for a while. Raises it to 325,000. Oh, can Ketian get a little creative here with 7-4 offsuit? You have to give him credit. It's the first time he's moved in a while. So he'll have to be contented with just taking the blinds and the antes there. Talking about Mr. Nguyen and the chip leader, Mr. Bean. Mai Bien, 11 million in chips. Sun Jan Feng, 6.2 million in chips. And Ketian at 5.2. Everybody else trying to catch up. And Flick is down to 16 BB. The last remaining player from Taiwan. or Flick, of course, his biggest cash was 18,000 US dollars, and he got that in the United States, playing in the Win Summer Classic, finishing second in the No Limit Hold'em event. Queen 4 on the dealer button. Ah, it's going to make it the battle of the blinds. Ace deuce for Ketian. These guys at it again. Decides to just call. So Jan Feng checks his option with a mystery hand. Oh, two pair on the flop for Ketian. Oh, this could be trouble here for Sun. He's got ace 5. Ketian decided to make the call now. He leads out. This is unraised, of course. Leads out for 150,000. Just a call here from Sun Jan Feng. Turn cards a jack. That's going to bring the third spade on the board. Neither gentleman has a spade. This time Ketian will decide to check. You can see the outs there. A jack for a chop. Or a 9 for a chop and a 5 for a win. How about another ace? This is going to be a problem here now. Full house for Ketian and trips for Sun Jan Feng. Oh, we're going to see some fireworks here, folks. All the aces are out there. A small bet there from Ketian, 150,000. And just a call from Sun, who didn't fall in love with his ace. He had trips and sensed that something was amiss. Might maybe put his opponent on a made flush or a higher kicker. Well, that is rare, folks, that all the aces come out. And you can see this is elimination row. All the players that have been eliminated from the main event are here, trying to root on their friends. And of course, right behind, this is what I was telling you about the other day. All the goodies are there. You have some snacks over at that buffet table near the elevators as you enter the second floor of this venue. Under the gun with deuces. Got Nguyen Tuan Hong, one of the bottom stacks here. He'll decide to fold it. Over to the blinds, and Sun with 8-3 off. In our first orbit of the final table, we had 3 walks. Sun's still in the hand. Pham is waiting patiently for him to make his move, and here comes Sun. It's like a hefty raise this time. The blinds are at 75,000, 150,000. That looks to be somewhere in the avenue of 700,000. Or make that 500,000. 10-4 offsuit for Pham. He shows it. 10-4 over and out. The 2 players from China trying to keep up with Mr. Bean, Mai Bien, at 11 million. Sun Jan Feng, 5.9. And Ketian at 5.8. Everybody now below the 3 million mark after those names. Pham Tian Dung, 2.8 million. Hong now at 2.8. Mr. Lin, aka Flick, at 2.8. Pocket 6 is now under the gun for the chip leader, Mai Bien. Opens it up for 300,000. Fam can't get anything to stand up to these raises with. We haven't seen Wynn's cards yet. Now we do. Oh, Jack 10 of hearts. Enough to defend. And he will defend. Heads up to this flop. Ace, ace, five. Boy, that ace has been everywhere, huh? Win with a check. My bien. Continues. No heart on the board to chase anything right now from Mr. Nguyen. Nguyen Tuan Hong picked up chips initially and decided to just let it go. And every time that my bien collects the chips from the middle of the table, he breaks out a smile as if you think he just stole something from you. He actually was ahead there with a pocket pair. But not all the time. Again, the guarantee at this point, 500 million VND. Or 18,300 US dollars. Hey, Ta Chung. Thank you once again. One of my good friends from Hanoi watching us here right now on our YouTube channel. As we dive right back in. Flick under the gun with a raise to ace seven with ace seven offsuit, a raise to 300,000. Ketian with a suited king queen. Does not want to play this out of position. See, three betting here. That looks like 900. Flick tried again and failed. Can't seem to bust that Great Wall of China beside him. Chip count lead still belongs to Mr. Bean. My bien, 11 million in chips. Almost doubling the stack now of Ketianu's moved into second place. Janfeng or Sun Janfeng with 5.9 million. Bottom three had better make a move soon. Although we are playing 1 hour levels now. A lot of opportunities to still sit and wait for good spots. Like Sun right here. Oh, the sexy hand is back. 9-8 suited. 9-8 of diamonds in this case. So hard to lay this hand down, especially if it's folded to you and you're in position. But great discipline shown there by Pham. My bien assessing his opponent in the big blind. Will Mr. Flick call a raise? Or can he successfully pilfer the blind and the big blind and the big blind ante? He's got 6 deuce of diamonds. Raised to 350. 10-4 suited, though, for Mr. Flick. Probably considering seeing what the flop brings. He will. Heads up between the blinds, but this time it's a raised pot. 850 in the middle. Jack, 9, 7. Got a gut shot straight draw for Mr. Flick. And a check for Mr. Bean. Checks behind, takes the free turn card. And that free turn card happens to give him another opportunity here. He needs an 8. Still needs an 8 this time. He needs an 8 or a king to make a straight. 10 high is still good, though. There's also a backdoor flush draw developing now for My Bien. And despite the fact that there were more outs on the turn, for Lin, he just decides to lay it down. Yeah, look at the PFR percentage, the top 3 in stacks, lording it over the bottom 3, of course. We have an interesting side note here from Kai about My Bien. My Bien on his day 1B had aces versus kings twice. Once versus the very dangerous Wang Hai Nam, and another against the another player by the name of Nguyen Song Hao. Aces held both times. And as you all know, aces is the best starting hand in all of No Limit Hold'em, but it's not a guarantee to win every time. I did cover an event before where aces went up against kings twice, and both times aces lost. Once by a set, and the other one by a 1-card flush. But most of the time, aces take it down. A raise coming from My Bien and Lin, who's about to get into the respirator now with ace jack. He might decide to do it here. He does. He has moved all in on the 3-bet shove. And this is just chump change now for My Bien, with a chance to eliminate another player with a suited ace. Will he do it? This time he's dominated. He knows that. He could be behind this time. He has not slid in any of his time bank cards. Now he owes the dealer one. He pays it. Gives him an additional 30 seconds of thinking time. He won't pay off the short stack. That's the biggest steal that Lin's gotten in a while. That moves him up now. Well, this is actually the aggression frequency that we're looking at. That's going to move him up a bit, though. Lin Chu Hung. Last remaining player from Taiwan. Of course, if you're just joining us, the first 2 in the bottom are both from Taiwan. First 2 eliminations. We haven't had one in this level yet. Yeah, we are playing 1-hour levels now. So that walk will allow us to look at the payouts once again. And for those of you wondering what the payouts mean in terms of USD, everybody now guaranteed 500 million VND or 18,300 USD. Next pay jump is from 6th to 5th is for 660 VND, or 26,700 US dollars. Fourth place pays 900 million. A pay jump of almost 10,000 US dollars. That's the 36,500. And of course, the Billionaire Club from third place onwards. Another raise. Coming from the chip leader, My Bien, this time with ace 8 offsuit. Oh, ace queen now for Fam. One of those stacks at the bottom at the moment. Not really in the danger zone yet. But he's seen My Bien try to steal earlier. Folded to a 3-bet shove. Does he do the 3-bet shove here as well? Yes, he does. He's gone all in. And that's the second time My Bien's been caught. Earlier he had ace 6. Now he's got ace 8. But this is a bigger stack now going in. 2.4 million. No. Gotta love the smile coming out of Mr. Pham, though. As we review the chip counts, My Bien, still the chip leader, 11 million. And with that takedown, Pham Tien Dong has moved up to 3.1 million. A little clear of the danger zone. Look at Flick and Hung Bob right there. 15 big blinds and 14 big blinds respectively. That pay jump, that ICM pressure as they call it, starting to loom large. Flick, ace jack. Might want to flick it all in at this point. Still pretty deep though with 14 big blinds. Decides to just make a raise. The 300,000 pocket eights now for Ketian. He just makes the call. Pocket queens now for Sun Jan Feng. He's asking for the count of Flick first, the initial raiser. Because Ketian just flat called. Flick's got about 2 million behind. Lin Chur Hong. He might be put to the test here. Here comes the 3-bet. That looks to be at least 1 million. It's at 1.1. Ace 3 offsuit now for Pham in the muck. Win, ace 6. Oh boy, 2 aces just got folded. If Flick goes for this, he's down to a 1-outer. He's seen a call to his raise and a 3-bet. The big news there, as we saw, 2 aces already got folded. So if he calls, or if he does go over the top all in, he can't call. He has to go over the top or fold. He'll be down to a 1-outer unless he can flop 2 jacks. Wow. Disciplined laydown. Now, Ketian. Now asks for what the raise was. He's got a pocket pair. And he's also going to lay it down. Good instincts by both players, actually. And Ketian now starting to build a metropolis once again. As he now make that Sun Jan Feng, rather, who had the queens earlier, is now up to 6.9 million. He made Ketian fold the 8s. And he made Flick fold ace jack. A lot of action without any community cards being dealt. Sun's in the cutoff. Bam's on the dealer button with 9-8 off. Chip leader is in the big blind. Just says I love you to one of his fans. He has many fans here in Hanoi. Always great when you see somebody from Gen X flash that heart sign, right? So we'll walk to my bien. Got about 5 minutes remaining in this level. The aggression frequency, or we could probably call it the VPIP at this point. My bien has now taken over that stat. Ace deuce under the gun now for Ketian. Pocket nines for Sun Jan Feng. Coming off pocket queens just a few hands ago. Makes the raise.
From national diamond, 300 and 140. Now enjoy.
Win with 10-3. And Flick can't defend. So Sun Jun Feng is starting to become a factor now, as he now moves up to 7.3 million in chips. He's knocking on the door of my bien now. You got two players there in the bottom with less than 2 million in chips. 12 big blinds for Hung Bob, Win Tuan Hong, and Lin Cher Hong is about to enter ICU. Once again, you're watching the final table of the main event of the Vietnam Poker League right here at the Grand Loyal Poker Room in Hanoi, Vietnam. My name is Noel Zarate. And if you're in the area, you can still check out the action here. Of course, the food here is phenomenal as well, folks. Another walk. Not quite sure if we're heading into a break after this level. It's like the players might request for one. We started out the day with 9 players here in our final table. And that took a while to complete, as the 9th placer happened to be the guy they call Hamatu, or Ha Man Tuong, from Vietnam, followed by the exit of Justin Chu in 8th place, and Wu Peng Sung in 7th. We now have 6 players remaining and 2 endangered species at the table, as we've seen walks and walks and walks so far. So go back to talking about some of these players now. Let's talk about Mr. Hung for a moment here, shall we? Win Tuan Hong, over 114,000 US dollars in career earnings. No cash as yet for 2024. And his largest cash was at 36,000 US dollars and change. And he achieved that in 2020 at the Corona Poker Championship by winning the main event. So once again, another player who knows how to run deep. Got a raise from Ketian here with 5-4 of spades. Trying to steal the small blind and the big blind. He might just succeed as Pham in the big blind only has 9 deuce offsuit. And shows it again, as is his custom. I know those got more fans if Pham does or My Bien because they're quite noisy at the gallery every time he moves. Well, the friends of My Bien have also been quiet because he's been the chip leader, wire to wire practically here in our final table.
This complete
Was chip leader at the end of day 3.
to the break time. 10-minute break for you guys. Here.
Looks like we are still trudging on, no break. Or are we going to a break? Got a raise by My Bien from under the gun with 10-9. Everybody's pointing at the clock for some reason now. Pham in the small blind. And win with 10 deuce. Yes. We are indeed going into a break, folks. But before we go on that break, I'd like to remind everybody that My Bien is still our chip leader at the moment. Here are the final 6 players of the main event of the Vietnam Poker League. My Bien, 12 million in chips. And the 2 short stacks have the 10 big blinds. Flick of Taiwan and Hung Bob of Vietnam. We'll be back. Stay with us. Looks like that break was a lot shorter than we expected it to be, but we are back here at the final table of the main event of the Vietnam Poker League 2024 from the Grand Loyal Poker Club here in Hanoi, Vietnam. Noel Zarate still bringing you the action. 6 players remaining. With our blinds now up to 100,000, 200,000, which now even puts more risk into the tournament life of Flick, aka LinCher Hong, who's one of the short stacks right now here. Sun Jan Feng, one of the more active players here at the table so far. Picking up Queen 10 off suit. He's not going to play it. Would be out of character for Pham actually to play this in the cutoff. Now Nguyen, action on him. Nguyen Tuan Hong. Not really picked anything up. And the chip leader, Mai Bien, in the small blind with 7-6 offsuit. Wow, brings in a raise. Trying to put pressure on the young player from Taiwan. Raises to 2 million. And Flick, once again with the flick of the cards into the muck. It is now winning time after that short break. Again, at this point, if you're just joining us, everybody is now guaranteed $500,000 Vietnamese dong, or 18,300 US dollars. The top 3 players are going to be billionaires in terms of Vietnamese dong, with the champion taking down 3 billion VND, or about 121,500 US dollars. Under the gun now for Sun. King Jack offsuit, 6-handed. Disciplined laydown. If you're a Vietnamese player not named Mai Bien, you're not picking anything up, except now, from the cutoff, Wan Tuan Hung, or Hung Bob, with ace-10. Not doing too well in terms of his holdings right now. Might decide that this could be it. Yep. Just makes a raise, though. He leaves something behind to shuffle. Looks like Mr. Flick is showing some interest in this. Raised it to $1 million. What does Lin have in the small blind? He has not moved yet. Plays a time bank card. We haven't seen his cards yet, though. Still needs to get by the big blind of Ketian. Oh, he's going for it now. Ketian joins the action. Ketian's got King 10. We have not seen Flick's cards yet. This is a 3-way. Very first hand after the break. It's ace-8 for Flick. Hung Bob dominates both. The king is a live card for Ketian. Hung Bob still got something behind. He's got less than 1 million behind. He hasn't made the call yet, but he's committed more than half his stack already. Still thinking of walking away, but now price is too big now. This pot is at 4.4 million. Three-way all in. Of course, Ketian was not all in. He's got more chips than everyone else. So if he's able to bust out everybody now, Flick over there is the guy who's sick. He's dominated by ace 10. He's got ace 8. He needs an 8. Another thing working for him, he's the only one with a diamond. So we need an 8 or a bunch of diamonds to show up on the flop. For Ketian, any king is going to give him the lead. Boy, if Ketian hits a king, he's going to knock out 2. Yeah, Fam's not in the hand, though. That's the guy in the hand right now. He's the guy who's ahead in terms of the percentages. Has Harvey given the signal to see the first 3 cards? Here we go. Queen 9-5. So a gut shot now for Ketian. Ace 10 holding. Needs a jack or a king. Turn cards of 5. It's now looking good. Starting to look good. This might even have a chop here. And Ketian losing the most chips. Ace 10 holding so far. And the river card is an ace. And how about that? Ace with 5s and a queen kicker. A chop for the 2 guys with the ace. And no luck there for Ketian, who joined the action. So no eliminations. Aces with a pair of 5s and a queen kicker. Everybody's shocked. And how about that? Flick is still around. No elimination. Looks like Flick gained something there from his stack. Not sure if that was a misstep by Ketian. They're still counting out how much is going back to the 2 guys with the aces. A pair of aces with 5s and a queen kicker. That's the board. And that Flick still around. We're going to have an update on our leaderboard right now. There it is. Look at Flick up now to 2 million. Hung Bob is now up to 2.4 million. And Ketian drops to 5.1 million. No eliminations. Once again, we reintroduced those guys. Flick is actually Lin Cher Hong of Taiwan. And Hung Bob is Nguyen Tuan Hong of Vietnam. And now Pham under the gun in the next hand. Picking up ace queen. He's not doing too well either. He's at about the 2.7 million mark. Blinds are now at 100,000, 200,000. So he's got about 13 big blinds left. He shipped it. And he steals he steals the blinds and antes. Wow, so much action with still 6 players remaining. So there was a river, or make that the rabbit card just a few moments ago. Once again, a lot of high drama happening with everybody now guaranteed 500 million VND or $18,300, but they want to stick around for the next pay jump, which will be the 660 million or 26,700 US dollars. That's over an $8,000 pay jump. Hung Bob, here he goes again. This time he's under the gun. King Jack offsuit. Win Tuan Hong. Just makes it a raise. Raises to 400,000. It's now up to Fam. What does he have? Pocket tens. Battle of the shorter stacks at the table. Boy, if these guys kill each other, there'll be an elimination. Lin is going to be very happy to survive another pay jump. Lin Char Hong has already folded. Prime has declared all in. Little does Nguyen know he'd be coin flipping here. And he'd not be dominated by hand like Ace King, Ace Jack, King Queen. But again, you're all into call. Do you risk your tournament life with an $8,000 pay jump coming up? He will not. Everyone's still trying to recover from that wild sequence earlier on. Let's review the pay jumps once again, folks. Everybody now guaranteed 500 million VND, or 18,300 US dollars. Fifth place will get 660 million VND, or the difference of about 8,400 US dollars to 26,700. Fourth place gets 900 million VND, or $36,500, almost a $10,000 pay jump. And we're not even getting into the deep waters of the Billionaires Club from third to first. Under the gun, the chip leader, My Bien, raising it up with ace 3 of hearts. Ace 4 offsuit this time for Fam. Wynn's got ace jack. He knows that My Bien has been raising light. Might decide to jam here. What's it gonna be, Mr. Hung Bob? He's done it. He's gone all in. And now 1.8 million. Here he goes again. My Bien did this with ace six, ace eight. Now he's doing it with the worst of it, with ace three. But he might consider making the call. Every time he's tried to steal from the small stacks, he's been met with a three bet shove. Now Nguyen has to feel a little good that my Bien has not yet acted, and now he decides to fold. 3 times he tried to steal from the small stacks. 3 times he got shoved into. He's dropped back down to 11 million. And Hung Bob, for the moment, is back up to 12 big blinds. Yeah, we have to commend the dealers who have also done a lot of work here. Grand Loyal's got a bunch of really experienced and talented dealers who have been grinding it out with the players. Ketia not playing pocket sixes from that position. And now, Sun, who's second in chips, with ace king suited. Big slick of hearts. Gonna raise it up. A min raise to 400,000. My Bien is also gonna fold. So the 7.3 million now for Sun, 5 million now for Ketian, second and third respectively. And again, we still have Flick. He was almost dead in the water pre-flop there. He was up against ace 10, king 10. He had ace 8 and chopped on the river on a three-way all-in. Folded to the hijack now for Sun Jianfeng. Let's go of ace, or make that king 8 suited. Pham has no stats in the PFR range, no stats in the VPIP. He's going to let go of that. Making a battle of the blinds now. King 3 of diamonds. Does my Bien try again? Ha ha, here he goes. Oh, a quick call though. With ace 9 from Flick. Oh, wow. Well, this time my Bien's got live cards. His suit's dominated. It's king 3 of diamonds for my Bien against the ace 9 offsuit for Lin Chur Hung. King 5 are a bunch of diamonds, but again, you can't have too many diamonds. Boy, Flick has been hanging by a thread this entire time. Can he finally double up? This is his best chance to do it. Flop is king 9 8 2 hearts. So Flick has hit the 9. And now my Bien needing a king or running cards to make a straight. Turn card's a queen of hearts. Doesn't help. Needing only a king
River.
He's got 2 outs. One king was already folded.
The river come with a six of
Rivers
diamonds,
a
so
six of
this man
diamonds. So a
will come
double
with
up
forward
finally
forward.
for Mr. Flick. Lin Hung almost got eliminated a few moments ago. Now doubles up and out of danger for the moment. Finally breaks out a smile. Probably reviewing what he did in his head. And a small hit there for My Bien, who's dropped down to 9.2 million. Look at Flick climb all the way up to 3.6. So Mr. Hung Bob is down to 11 big blinds. Win Tuan Hong. Still 6 players remaining. Checking the time right now, it is 5:07 local time here in Hanoi. Rush hour traffic can already be heard actually from here. Of course, the location of the Grand Vista is right outside the main highway. And we are at the second floor of the Grand Vista Hotel. This is the Grand Loyal Poker Club. And my name is Noel Zarate. Of course, they've already made an announcement that the next VPL will be happening in the first week of March. Got a raise. This time it's legit coming from My Bien. He's got ace king off hearts. Ace 8 for Ketian. He might get a little frisky with this. He's going to make the call. An ace would be a bad card to see on the flop. 10-10 deuce. The board pairs like that, you got an ace. You're the raiser. More likely than not, you're continuing, especially if it's ace king with a backdoor flush now and a backdoor straight. Now, Ketian might get a little stubborn here, thinking that this move is being done with air. So he is going to make the call. A deuce chops this. Turn card's an 8. But that also gives the backdoor flush, the nut flush draw to My Bien. Ketian's taking the lead. He goes check, check. And a jack of spades on the river still goes check, check. And My Bien gets out kicked. Or not really out kicked. The kicker hits for Ketian. And luckily, My Bien did not put in a bet because he did have the nut flush draw on the turn. He still got the chip lead, though, talking about Mr. Bean, My Bien, 8.6 million. But Ketian has now climbed up to about 5.8 million now. Still a lot of poker to be played, even for Mr. Hung Bob right there with 11 bigs. Ace-5 offsuit under the gun now for Mr. Pham. He's going to wait. Folded now to the blinds. The same ace-5 offsuit that was just folded by Pham is now in the holdings of Ketian, who's going to raise it. 575. Gets no call. Oh, wait, hold on. With 8 deuce, Sun still has the cards in front of him. So he folds. Still six-handed, folks. You can see the time remaining in this level right behind the players. Less than 33 minutes to go before we have another rise in the blinds. And everybody's still guaranteed 500 million VND or 18,300 US dollars. Here comes My Bien again. This time he's doing it early now from the hijack. He has raised it. And another hand that this time Sun might consider looking with, but he's got the small blind now, so he can't play this. He's got to raise it. Tough to play a speculative hand like this out of position. This time he decides to fold. And Queen Deuce is not in the calling range of Pham Tien Dung. And again, he shows it. Some of the players are having some early dinner as well. That's why there's less chatter actually in the background now. Everybody's starting to order from the menu that we have here at the Grand Loyal. Two gentlemen below the 20 big blind mark, Pham Tien Dung and Nguyen Tuan Hong, the two Vietnamese players who are not the chip leader. There's the chip leader on your screens. And Mr. Bean, once again, My Bien, has picked up an ace, and he continues to raise any ACCs. Flick with ace-7, though. Not doing too well in terms of his stacks. He actually came into the final table as a middling stack with 3.6 million. He's dropped considerably since. Sun on the dealer button with a suited Jack-6. Now Pham in the small blind. Again, that's not in his calling range. Jack-8 offsuit. It's up to Nguyen now in the big blind. Nope. So guess who's trying to take over the table once again as table captain? My Bien, the chip leader, working his way back up. Up now to 9.6 million. Nguyen Tuan Hong, or Hung Bob, has now dropped to below 10 bigs. Again, we started this entire thing when registration closed. 877 players. Sorry, 778 entries. With the original guarantee of 8 billion smashed. Almost doubled now to 15 billion 93,200,000 VND, or 610,500 US dollars. The buy into this event actually was 22 million VND, or about 900 US dollars. So what a big haul already for the 6 gentlemen remaining. But of course, everybody's going for that top prize of 3 billion VND, or 121,500 US dollars. Here we go again. Queens folded to the blinds. Yeah, he's gone all in. Ace-9 for Mr. Bean. He could put his opponent on a steal, but he's actually got the goods this time. Ace-9 offsuit for My Bien. Might burn a time bank card here. He decides to call without burning a time card. And he's got one over card to the pocket pair of Nguyen Tuan Hong. Here comes Harvey Chan to inspect what the all in the call was all about.
Now we have another early situation. Local fight. Mr. Togo from Vietnam versus Mr. Mabian from Vietnam. Mr. Togo
Two Vietnamese
lost
players
with
now
the
battling
ace.
it out.
Mr. Mabian with ace and 9.
My Bien's going to need to see an ace.
Zero place over the flop.
We see the flop now coming up.
The flop with double
King,
kings
king,
and
7.
So far, so good for Mr. Hung.
Yeah, just needing an ace. One ace was already
Mr.
folded.
Hung.
So he's down to a 2-outer.
Please, over the turn. The turn comes with the 10.
Turn card's a 10.
Nothing change for Mr. Hung or Mr. Mabian.
Just needs a king.
Mr. Mabian needs the ace and the ace only at the river. 3 out. So the river, please.
Here comes the river card.
The river comes with a 10 of spades.
River's
So
a 10.
for Mr. Hung.
So double up here coming from Hung Bob with kings and queens with a higher 2-pair here. So again, no elimination. But My Bien is starting to feel the pinch of losing his grasp of being the de facto chip leader. He is down to 7.4 million. Remember, he was over 12 million at one point, so he's lost about 5 million in chips. And Hung Bob now, or Nguyen Tuan Hong, is up to 4.2 million in chips. The short stacks are starting to gain on the middle stacks. Although one short stack still remains who hasn't really moved much. That's Pham Thien Dung. He's got 15 bigs right now at 3.1 million. King 9 suited here for Ket Yan under the gun. You'll open it up. Pham's got ace 5, and his chip stack's dwindling, but he'll fold again. Well, now, Flick here might want to see a flop. Raise was to 400,000. He's got 200 more to call. He does make the call. Flop, queen, 9, 7. Flick has taken the lead. And that's bad news because Ket Yan also paired his 9. There's that continuation bet. Does Flick go over the top here with a flush draw, a straight draw present? Just decides to call. There's a flush draw for Ket Yan. And he hits it on the turn. Flick cannot catch any card to save him here. He decides to check, and Ket Yan might think it's time to make this kid pay. He inspects if he does have the goods, and he does. He already has the check mark. Time back card goes in. He's contemplating whether or not to check behind. He's going to make him pay. Bet to 575. He's like slow extraction. Flick still has top pair. But with the texture of the board, are you thinking that your top pair is still good? He still makes the call. He's going to be put all in here. Oh, that's a bad card for Flick. He's got trips. He decides to check, but now with the board pairing, Ketyan's now reviewing the hand in his head. What could this kid be calling me with? And he puts him all in. Can Flick get away from this? Puts in all his time bank cards. Can he get away from hitting trips on the river against a very wet board? Lin Chur-hong. It's for his tournament life. There's a made flush, which actually Ketyan does have. There's a made straight. Ketyan might even have a full house. This will be a test for Flick. He's invested a lot of his stack already in the middle. He's got 2.2 million behind. And he has 3 queens. If you're Ketyan, the mere fact he hasn't snap called you on your river bet is giving you a lot of good feelings right now. He's down to 2 time bank cards. Now, if you are Mr. Flick right here, Lin Chur-hong, you do not have the nuts. Lots of hands beat you here. But is he convincing himself that he has the best hand with trips? And look at that. Made straight, made flush. Possibly Ketyan raised with pocket sevens. Hit the full house on the river. He's got 1 time bank card left. He makes the call, and he is going to be shown the bad news.
Rather than another win-win situation, the board we have is Queen of Hearts, 9 of Diamonds, 7 of Hearts, 8 of Hearts.
He's protected anyway.
Mr. Ketyan from China, and Mr. Fang Liwen from Taiwan is called. Mr. Ketyan show King and the 9.
Got the flush.
King and 9 of Hearts, which means he has the flush. This showing, ooh.
Harvey goes, ooh. That's not part of his script. Trips, losing to a flush, and finishing in 6th place is the gentleman from Taiwan, Lin Chur-hong, who's going to take down 500 million VND or 18,300 US dollars for finishing in 6th. And how about that? The first three eliminations in our final table are all players from Taiwan. There are no more Taiwanese players left. We got two Vietnamese and we got three Vietnamese and two Chinese players remaining in the final five. And this final five is now guaranteed a total of 660 million VND or 26,700 US dollars. So GG's to Lin Hung. Was so hard to fold trips, but that board was so wet. He just took his chance, and he's out in sixth. Five players remain. The Vietnamese cast is still complete. Although Mr. Pham right here is really walking on ice. He's got ace-6, five-handed, ace-6 offsuit. Is this the one that swings for the fences? No, it's not yet the one. It'll be folded to the blinds. It's going to be a walk. Once again, this was the winning hand, or the bust-out hand, rather, that we had there from Mr. Flick, Lin Hung. Five players remaining. The pay jumps now get more exaggerated, if you will. It's going to be a raise coming from the cutoff position from Mai Bien. Oh, ace king now for Sun. They're both deep. Ace king suited, no less. Wow, the top five hands in all of No Limit Hold'em. Wants to make sure he's got the goods. He is going to 3-bet. Oh, he's decided to just ship it. And of course, Mai Bien can't call. Once again, Pham Tien Dung is down to 15 big blinds. He is the endangered species at the table. Kay Tian, because of the win earlier, is now the chip leader at 9.2 million. And how about Mai Bien, who was dominating earlier, almost, he was up to more than 12 million in chips. He's down to 6.9 million in third place. The two Chinese players are now ahead of the three Vietnamese players. And if you're just joining us, once again, I made a point earlier that this is one of the rare final tables that you will see in international competition devoid of anybody outside of Asia. Our 10th placer was from Russia. That's it. We had three players from Taiwan who exited one after the other. We have three players from Vietnam still remaining, and two players from China who are 1 and 2 right now on the leaderboard. Sun against Pham. And he knows that Pham has been really, really tight. So here he is with a raise from the small blind with 9-6 offsuit. Doesn't matter what he's got anymore. Because with the Jack 7 offsuit, that's not part of Pham's calling range at all. I have to correct myself. 10th place was actually not from Russia. The gentleman was from Bulgaria. Thank you very much for the correction, Kai. Our 10th placer was Vasil Radev. Says here, though, I mistake the Russian flag for the Bulgarian flag. So my mistake, ladies and gentlemen. Vasil Radev from Bulgaria was the 10th placer. The last non-Asian. So the final 9 was actually all Asian already. Approaching the 12-minute mark on this level where the blinds are at 100,000, 200,000. My Bien still trying to be active. Got to raise it up with Jack 10 offsuit. He is not stopping, even if he's no longer the chip leader. Mr. Pham. Ace 3. Might want to peel here and look at the flop. They're playing out of position against a very aggressive player. Very deliberate as well, Mr. Pham. He folds it. Oh, he was in the small blind. Now in the big blind is Mr. Nguyen Tuan Hong. King 8 offsuit into the muck. So My Bien is back in gear. Stealing left and right. Despite the fact that he's no longer the chip leader, he could make a move on it once again. We update our leaderboard at the moment. Tian of China is the chip leader at the moment. Once again, we review the payouts. So we are now, everybody's now guaranteed, not we are not one of the players, but everybody's now guaranteed 660 million VND or 26,700 US dollars. The next pay jump to fourth place will award 900 million VND or 36,500 US dollars. That's exactly $9,800 difference from fifth to fourth place. That's a lot of moolah. Be careful with Mr. Pham. He gets a big one. He could double up. Sun Jan Fong. Cutoff position, Queen 3 of hearts. You let it go? Or you still got it though? Folded now to win. And so the chips are just flying around. The two gentlemen from Vietnam there in the middle of all of the carnage as we move into a dealer change. But once again, Ketian atop the leaderboard with 9.6 million, or 9.8 million rather. Sun Jan Fung is at 7.7 million, and My Bien is at 7.5 million. The first time he's relinquished the chip lead since day three. 8 minutes remaining on this level. Blinds are currently at 100,000, 200,000. BB Antes at 200,000. Five players remaining. From a staggering prize pool that was originally guaranteed at 8 billion VND or 323,900 US dollars to now up to 15 billion 93,200,000 VND or about $610,500. What a great investment you had if you're in the final five of the 22 million VND or about the 900,000 or 900 US dollars to be in this position. And on the dealer button right now, this could be the one that will decide it for Mr. Nguyen Tuan Hong, Ace King offsuit, with a new dealer coming in. Some players believe in that some dealers don't really give them fortune. And when some dealers walk in, the first hand that they're dealt, the jackpot hand, he's gone all in. Now the question is, does he get a caller? No callers. We do have five players remaining, folks. Mr. Sun has just gone to the restroom. And he's back. Ace King is going around with this dealer. Now in the hands of Pham. This is the hand he's been waiting for. He's been folding Ace X. And now he's got Big Slick. He has the shortest stack at the table. And he moves in with it. All in for 2.4 million now. For Pham. Pocket nines for My Bien. 2.4 million to call. And he's still got two more to pass. The two chip leaders in the blinds now. He's being asked for a time card already. Time bank card, rather. He knows that Pham is a very tight player, and he only comes in with the goods. He decides to make the call. Oh, he decides to isolate all in. So a coin flip now for the tournament life of Pham Tien Dung. Pocket nines for My Bien. If he gets this, he'll be back on top.
Against him with Mr. Madian from Vietnam. Mr. Madian has a pocket nine. In a classic.
And this is an individual sport. You got the two Vietnamese players going up against each other.
Let's see the flop.
And now in prayer is Mr. Pham. Here comes the flop. It is 10-10-8.
So far, so good for Mr. Mybien. And Mr. Fantienzo is the ace or the king of the turn or river.
Still needs an ace or a king.
Let's deal with this. Over the turn. The turn concludes the king
Turn
of
card's a
diamonds,
king.
which means Mr. Mybien has 2 left.
And now Fam is ahead. And a clean 2 outs for My Bien, needing
Deal
the
with this.
last one of the last
Lady
two
of the Hill.
remaining nines to make a full house
The
and
winner
avoid
by the
doubling
points,
up.
the Queen of
His
Clubs, who
opponent
has Mr.
from Vietnam as
Fantienzo
well, but no,
Soldier
it's
and
not going to
Mr.
happen. A double
Sinclair,
up now
father of the main event.
for Pham Tien Dong. He waited and waited and waited, and finally he got the cards that he wanted to go in with. And he got what he was waiting for on the turn. So now he doubles up. He's out of the cellar now. That's where you say patience is a virtue. And look at the drop now for My Bien from 12 million to 4.8 million in a matter of 2 hours. And Pham is up to 5.7 million in third place. Win Tuan Hong is now the short stack at 4.2 million, but he's not in the danger zone. Battle of the Blinds now. Sun Jan Feng, King 10 offsuit. Gentleman second in chips from China is just going to complete. He's just going to complete the small blind. And on the big blind, Queen Jack offsuit for Mr. Pham. He's got an option. Check or raise. He says check. Flop comes ace, jack, jack, trips for Pham. And a gut shot for Sun, which he doesn't want to hit because if a queen hits on the turn, that'll be a full house for Pham. Sun checks. Does Pham lay down the trap? He says check. Turn card's an 8. And the check mark already going to Pham because Sun needed running kings to get out of that.
250,000 and 250,000 for our team.
Blinds are up in the next hand. That's a small bet there coming from Pham. Only 250. Does Sun try to buy the queen that could lead to his demise? Oh, this is a bad time to do this. He has check raised into Pham, who's got trips. The raise is to 825,000. Let's see if Pham just makes the call here. It's a rainbow board. The only thing he should be worried about right now is ace-jack. Or perhaps pocket eights. He just calls. River cards a 7 of diamonds. That does complete a backdoor straight. His opponent had 10-9 and bet on the come. Now he checks. Fam is not going to check. He's going to put in some chips. It's a value bet. Pot of 2.3 million and a bet of $1 million. Enough to fold it. He's going to show that he's got trips, and he gets a thumbs up on a missed straight draw. Imagine if that queen had come on the river. That would have crippled Sun. That would have been the action card of all action cards if a queen had come out on the river. But instead, as we see the chip counts right there, Fam has now moved from 12 big blinds to second place. In a span of what, 3 hands? Another raise here coming from IBN, who's now in 4th place. Blinds have gone up also, by the way. 125,000, 250,000, 250,000 big blind ante. Fam with King 7 on the small blind. The raise was with Queen Jack offsuit from IBN. Now to win. Wins in the tank. 6-5 suited. Many people want to see flops with this hand. And wins one of them. Flop 7-4-4, an open-ended straight draw for Nguyen. 2 clubs though. He's got 6-5 of spades. And the bet coming from Mai Bien after Nguyen had checked. Hung Bob with a decision to make here, 325,000. He's sitting on 3.4 million. He is going to try and buy it. Turn card to 6. He's taken the lead. Little does he know he's taken the lead by pairing the 6. And now Mai Bien is the one who's behind. Needing a queen or a jack. One of the jacks have already been folded. Play it slow and check it. Oh, there it is. It is a club, though. Nguyen's got the straight, but that 3 of clubs also completes a flush. He's going to see where he's at. That's $1 million. Half pot bet. Mai Bien has missed. And his only hope now, but you know what? With $1 million, that's already investing a lot of his stack. He's got 2.1 million behind, 3 million in the middle, SPR 1. Can't bluff him out of that. And now, how have the tables turned? Mai Bien, who was the chip leader from day 3 to the final table until the final 6, he was the chip leader. And now Mai Bien is down to 15 big blinds. You can't say that he's been too aggressive. He's actually been picking spots that are usually profitable. He just can't finish them off. Ketya, the chip leader, finally moves. This time with King 5 offsuit. Down to Fam on the dealer button with 10-8 off. Win now in the small blind with a suited ace, ace-6 of clubs. I mean, he did pick up some chips. He's got 5 million right now, but that's only 20 bigs. Folds it. A quick fold as well, coming from IBN. You can see the friends of the players in the gallery as well. And the girlfriend, perhaps, of one of the players as well in the gallery. I believe that's Picasso Perez from the Philippines. He's also in attendance. Ace deuce for Fam. Again, he has really played at the top of his range and made it deep. Once again, everybody is now guaranteed 660 million BND, or 26,700 US dollars. A call coming from the former chip leader with Queen 6 off suit. And now the chip leader, the new chip leader, Ketian, checks his option with 8-5 off. Here comes the flop. King 8-4. And Ketian's hit middle pair. He's also got a backdoor flush draw to go with it. But he's hit middle pair. And my bien with Queen High leads into him. Ketian's going to make the call. Turn card pairs the board. It's another king. With Queen High, my bien continues to barrel. Well, that was an 8 on the turn, by the way, not a 6. It was an 8 on the turn. It goes check, check. 8 on the river, rather. It goes check, check on the river. Full house for Ketian. He was first to show. Ketian now up to that position that Bean had earlier on at 11 million. And my bien is now starting to implode. He's down to 10 big blinds. From 12 million in chips down to 2.5 million. It's been a slow erosion for the Vietnamese. Under the gun we go now. The Pham, not in his range. Jack 10 suited now. For Nguyen. Nguyen Tian Hong. He's at the 5 million mark right now.
Please complete the hand. We have 10-minute break. So a 7-minute break. And all tournament
Comes in
please
for a
hold
raise.
the 100. 7-minute break.
IBN had folded ace-6 from the dealer button. Ketian, the chip leader. 9-3 offsuit. Small blind. Ah, he's going to get a little frisky with it, it appears. He's going to 3-bet this. Three bet to 1.5 million. What a play from the chip leader, Ketian. Now announcing himself as the table captain with that move. Up to 12 million in chips now. 5 players remaining. Again, the blinds are now at 125,000, a quarter of a million. With a quarter of a million, BB ante as well. Got a raise from Ketian with 10-8 of clubs. Sun, I believe he's made the call already. In the small blind, not yet. He's still thinking about it. Queen Jack of hearts for Sun. He's gonna make this a 3-bet, it appears. He's prepared already a million. At least that's what he's shuffling right now. Yep, he is making a 3-bet. That's more than a million, folks. Those darker chips are worth 25 each. Oh, wow. 3-bet to 1.4 million, and Pham has got a hand that's in the top of his range. Ace, queen off suit. But he's looking at a raise and a re-raise. Tough decision here for Pham. If you've been watching him, he's only been playing the top 10 in his range. And this is part of it, so he's going to fold because of the raise and the re-raise. Now, Ketian has 800,000 more to call. He won't venture. Some power poker being displayed here by the two Chinese gentlemen. Ketian continues to be the chip leader despite that loss at 11 million. Sun Jianfeng is in second place. And once again, we review the payout, 660 million VND. To the next bust out in fifth place for 26,700 US dollars. Fourth place, this is the major pay jump. 900 million VND or 36,500 US dollars. Ketian's been a little frisky of late, trying to wield his big stack, and he's going to try it again with Jack 7 off suit. Raise to 550. Folded out of Pham in the small blind. King 6 off. He folded ace queen earlier. He's definitely not playing this. Win. Gets a look at his cards. Something that he might want to see a flop with as well. 10-8 off suit.
Well, less than 2 minutes for win
He's at the
count
4 million mark.
2,982. Ace come back to the table. Less than 1 minute for win count 2,982.
Not this time though. So again, Getian doing a lot of power moves with that huge stack that he's got. Getian raising once again, this time with Queen Jack off suit. He's gonna keep on trying this. This is what my Bien was doing earlier. He's gonna keep on trying this until somebody puts up a fight. If nobody's gonna resist him, nobody's gonna repel him, he's gonna keep on doing this all day.
2,982 เวลาทาง10
More of a sit and wait game now
20
for everybody, especially my Bien. I mean, he's lost almost 10 million, if not more than 10 million of his stack already. Sun now under the gun. Jack 7. He's actually the one who's not supposed to be moving here. He needs to wait for another pay jump. He's in second place. Wynn's got King Jack. Win Tuan Hong. He's now below the 4 million mark. He's raising. My Bien's got ace deuce. Looks like he might be swinging for the fences on this one. He's checking how much he has behind. He's got less than 2 million. It's ace deuce suited, no less. He's going to be expanding his shoving range. Yeah, at this point, with 5 players remaining, and the ace is starting to look good, he's going to use up another time bank card. He still has the chip leader to pass. He's gone all in. So it's now up to Nguyen if he wants to finish off one of the most aggressive players at the table. Now that he's down 1.5 million to call, that's half his stack. He's got 3.5 behind. If he calls and he loses, he's going to be the short stack. Now he's counting what he has left. That's a big all in, though. Half his stack. Yeah, he's going to gamble. Live cards as they exchange fist bumps. The two Vietnamese players going at it. They call Harvey Chan.
We have another oil situation. Mr. Mavian right now have to risk his storyline with Ace and Ace Suited of Diamond against with King Jack off from Mr. Hun from Vietnam.
Mr. Nguyen has a chance to eliminate Mr.
Alright,
Bean.
the dealer list over the flop.
First three community cards about to hit.
The flop comes with
King
King
6-6. He's taken the lead.
Not good for Mr. Mavian.
Needs an ace initially or running diamonds.
King on right now for Mr. Mavian. The dealer list open the turn.
Here's the turn card.
The turn comes with the 10 of spades. So
10 of
only
spades, so it's
ace
just
and
down
ace
to an
on
ace.
the river
Just an ace
of
now
Mr.
can
Mavian.
save
Key
the
on.
former chip leader from
The
day
dealer
3 to
list
the final
open
table.
the river.
Is he going to finish in fifth or double up? Here comes that
The
river card.
river comes with a 10
River's
of
a
diamond
10.
spade.
That's
We're
not going
going
to
to
do
say
it.
goodbye to Mr. Mavian. Mr. Mavian
So
will
My
finish
Bien,
with
who
a
was the chip
five
leader
place
from
and
day
going to
3
say
to the
Mr.
final
Bean.
table to the final 6,
We're going to now
busts
say
out
the
in
final
5th
table round.
place against his Vietnamese opponent, Mr.
Last
Hong
chance
Bob
now
himself,
the line
Nguyen
step
Tuan
5 to
Hong.
1019.
So My Bien is going to take home 660 million VND or 26,700 US dollars as we are now down to our final 4. Everybody now guaranteed 900 million VND or $36,500. How about Mr. Pham, who's showing that plus EV or play at the top of his range can make him go far? And Mr. Nguyen, who took the gamble and it paid off. Now he's in the cutoff. We have a dead button, of course. He's got Queen Jack offsuit. Now he's got artillery. 6.4 million he's going to raise. Jack 6 of diamonds now for Mr. Sun Jianfeng of China. Got 300,000 more to call. Does he want to investigate the flop? He pulled off a wild raise earlier. Looks like he might do it again. Going for the blue chips, worth 100,000 each. And it goes. 3-bet time from the big blind. And he made Nguyen fold earlier when he had, well, that was actually Ketian who had 9-3. Nguyen's going to fold. The Chinese players once again continuing their aggressive brand of play and netting them some chips. So Ketian up to 12 million. Sun Jianfeng up to 7.5 million. It's not that far off though from Pham Thien Dung, who's got 5.9, and Nguyen Tuan Hong or Hong Bob with 5.8 million. Ken Tian on the dealer button now with 8-4 offsuit. Puts in the raise. Uh-oh, ace 10 offsuit though for Sun. If he can three bet with flimsy hands, he'll definitely be three betting here, especially that Fam is in the big blind. There's your three bet. From raise to 500,000. Fam will fold. Three bet is to 1.8 and a fold from Ketian. So right now, Sun is telling his countrymen, you can't push me around like you push everyone else around. He's up to 8.5 million. Ketian still the chip leader at 11 million. The pay jump, folks, from fourth to third is monumental because third place now pays out 1.3 billion VND. That's a 400 million VND difference, or in US dollars, 36,500 guaranteed at this point for all the players remaining, the four players remaining. Third place is going to pay 52,600 US dollars. Kantian has raised this one with 9-7 of spades. Excuse me. No response coming from the two Vietnamese players. So the chip leader, once again, stealing from the blinds. Moving up to 12 million. Still is first to act. Fam with King Jack. Not really at the top of his range, but it's raisable from the dealer button. And when the rock moves, everybody be careful. Ace 10 though for Ketian. The reputation of his opponent is a tag or a tight aggressive player. Is Fam gonna give him credit for an actual hand, or can he perform a three bet and get Fam off the hand? He'll play a time bank card, just to think about it. He is making the raise. Oh, he's just gone all in. Not sure if Fam can gamble off his entire stack with King Jack off suit. He is all in to call. Remember, he folded ace queen earlier, but those were under different circumstances. Now he's going to lay down King Jack. So up to 13 million. That's the most chips anyone's has ever had here in the final table. Katian of China. Again, there is no record of this man on Hendon Mob. And a lot of people here are assuming that he's just changed his name. Of course, we can't prove that. But he is playing pretty solid. Pocket sevens under the gun now for Fam. Just got bullied out of a hand. It's four-handed. Look at Sun just eyeing his stack right now. Sun's in the big blind. It's as if telling him telepathically, don't you dare, sir. Time bank card goes in. One of the rare times he plays it when he's first to act. He's gone all in. And no one has anything to call with. Sun in the big blind with King 5. Now Sun is eyeballing Fam right now. Is it really true that he is a tag? Is it really true that he only plays at the top of his range? Well, folks, you've seen it. He's really only playing at the top of his range. Hand number 86 of our final table. Glad you could still join us here. My name's Noel Zarate. Thank you for keeping me company in our continuing coverage of the main event of the Vietnam Poker League 2024. It all ends here today. Sun Jianfeng of China with Big Slick in the small blind against Fam in the big blind. Just opts to complete the small blind. Pocket sixes now for Fam. Let's see what he does. This will be a test for him as well. He's decided to ship it. All in for Fam. And it looks like, yeah, Sun covers Fam. And he'll make the call. Coin flip time. And a fist pump coming from Fam, seeing that he was ahead. Got pocket sixes against Ace King.
We have another all-in-all situation.
Wow, if Sun loses this, he'll be down to 3.6 million.
Against with him is Ice King from King from China. Jian Feng from China. My bad. With a classical flip. So what is
All right, the coin flip is about to happen. Sun needing an ace or a king on the flop for any of the 5 community cards. Does not want to see a 6. Flop. Queen, 4, deuce. No help to Sun. Six outs. Do they show up on the turn? Any of them show up on the turn? No. 10. Now he's got a gut shot. He's improved to 4 more outs. 10 outs now. Needing an ace, a king, or a jack. Can Fam dodge it? And the river card is a deuce. How about that? Sixes. Dodging everything. And what a gutsy all in coming from Fam. He is going to be in second place, it appears. in terms of chips, might even be the chip leader. Let's see what the chip count happens. Let's see about the chip count when they do it here. 5 million, I heard. Wow. You give The Rock some chips, you might never see it come back. Yeah, probably from now on we can call Fam The Rock. With all due respect to Dwayne Johnson, this Vietnamese player is indeed a rock. And look at that. Now the second place with 11 million in chips, and Sun Jan Fung has plummeted to 2.8 million and just 11 big blinds. He was at second place just seconds ago. It is so hard to lay down ace king. That was one of the instances where the six is held, much to the dismay of Mr. Sun from China. Kietian's got queen nine offsuit. He's going to take advantage of the smoke still clearing to make this raise. Fam's got queen seven. It ain't a pocket pair. It's not part of his range. Boy, what a testament, though, to this gentleman who was so patient. He was down to 12 big blinds with still 6 players to go. Oh, now he's getting frisky. He's just made a 3-bet to 1.7 million. Now, ace 8 goes into the muck from Nguyen. Now he's using his reputation to his advantage. And of course, Kietian doesn't want to sacrifice any of his chips. You know what they say, the chips you lose are more valuable than the chips you win. Just for posterity's sake, he's going to play a time bank card. This is a case where your image can make you win the hand against the chip leader. He's just counting. Oh, he made a 4-bet. He made a 4-bet, and he's going to take it down. Oh, no, he folded. He made Fam fold with a 4-bet with queen 9. Like, nice try, old-timer. Up to 15 million now. 9 million to Fam. Sun now with pocket eights. This might be the hand that he goes with now. Checking once again. He's got what they call the snowman in the old days, but they gave all the pocket pairs names at the onset of the boom of poker. He's just going to raise it to 2 million, effectively putting himself all in here. Fam's got queen 6 of diamonds. Just waiting for the count to conclude. He raises his eyebrows, saying, whoa, what a big bet. What a big raise. Wynn's going to fold himself to the top 3. Ketian does a fam move by showing that he had nine or he had 8-4. That trophy is still up for grabs. Four players remaining. Now all guaranteed 900,000 VND or 900 million VND, excuse me, for 36,500 US dollars. Third place gets paid 1.3 billion VND or 52,600 US dollars. That's more than 14,000 US dollars difference, folks. Win Duke How, thank you for joining the chat, sir. So for the moment, Sun survives. Once again, this main event attracted a grand total of 778 entries, with the original prize pool of 8 billion VND or 323,000 US dollars being shattered, now up to 610,500 US dollars or 15 billion and change in VND. Little over 4 million behind for Mr. Hung Bob. Win Tuan Hung. He's got 8-6 suited. Down to the blinds now. Katian has made a raise, putting the pressure on Sung. Sung's got 11 bigs remaining. He's got Queen Jack offsuit. Somebody had already folded Queen Jack. China versus China once again. So he's just going to make the flat call. The flop comes. 9-5 deuce. Queen Jack ahead, but he doesn't know that. See how big the C bet is going to be from Ketian with 10 high. $550,000. Soon with 3 million behind. Two overcards though. He doesn't know he's ahead. Hard to piece this one together since it's blind versus blind. Time bank card goes in for Sun. It's a matter of who's going to go out first, him or Nguyen. And Nguyen is going to be happy to just keep folding until there's another pay jump. And Sun doesn't want to be the casualty of that strategy. But he's also thinking he could be ahead here against Ketian. Oh, he's gonna raise this. And he's gonna get away with it too. And they laugh at it. And Pham is taking this all in, and he's doing his best impression of Kung Fu. Well, Sun has moved his way up from 2 million up to 4.6 million, tying Win Tuan Hong for third place right now. Pham Tian Dung isn't going to move until he finds some premium cards once again. But he's got a lot of chips to wait on. 9 million. Ketian from China, 13 million. Now, Queen Jack has been making an appearance almost every hand in this orbit. And Hong Bob is going to raise it. Ketian with a suited ace. Ace-9 of hearts. See if he pulls off another 3-bet here at the dealer button. That's a lot of blues. That's 2 million. It's 1.5 million actually on the 3-bet. And if you're Nguyen, you're thinking he can't always have it, right? He could be raising with like pocket fours or something like that. Well, Nguyen's out of position too, so he's just going to let it go. Less than 9 minutes remaining on this level, and we're going to go up another level here as the price of poker continues to get more expensive for the final 4 of the main event of the Vietnam Poker League 2024. Glad you could join us from the Grand Loyal Poker Club here in Hanoi, Vietnam. My name is Noel Zarate, doing the commentary. We do have the Vietnamese stream also ongoing. Of course, mine is Harvey Chan, who's very busy here on the floor. Ketian under the gun. Raise time again. Doesn't matter what he's got. 10-8 offsuit. He's up against 2 guys against the ropes and 1 who's only playing at the top of his range. Win. King-6 offsuit. Down to 3.4 million. Or about 14 big blinds. Lots happening in the outer tables right now. As Nguyen lets it go. What's happening? We can check that out, actually. So for today, see what's happening in the background with the schedule. Got the Turbo Closer event that has just started. The Turbo Closer event number 33. We also have the Super High Roller Day 2, which is also ongoing, and the Last Chance High Roller as well. But that Turbo Closer event seems like a lot of fun out there, huh? Sun under the gun. Fam on the button. And a walk to the chip leader. And the wry smile coming out of Ketian as he continues to dominate here. Up to 15 million. That's almost a 2-to-1 lead against Pham, who's in second place. Sun at 4.5 million. And Nguyen Tuan Hung down to 13 big blinds at 3.5 million. A little over 5 minutes remaining in this level. We will have another jump in the blinds, as everyone is still guaranteed 900 million VND, or 36,500 US dollars. The next bust out will promise a billion to the top three, minimum 1.3 billion VND, or 52,600 US dollars. Queen 10 of clubs for Nguyen. He's been trying the min raise game, but he's always been met with some kind of resistance from the Chinese gentleman. This time he doesn't even think, he just raises. That looks to be 2 million. And luckily this time, no one's got anything to 3-bet him out of the hand with. So it's all about picking spots right now for the gentleman from Vietnam, who is still brandishing the USOP hoodie. Lucky that he got a blue one. The blue one was the first to go. The yellow ones are still pretty prevalent. Once again, the VPL will happen once again starting the first week of May. Check out the Facebook page of the Vietnam Poker League, because it's going to be just barely 6 weeks from now. We do this all over again. Ace deuce, Ketian. He's raised it up to 500. Pocket sevens now for Sun. He lost the pocket sixes earlier when he had ace king to put him in this predicament. And he's gone all in. Pham's not going to do anything with Jack 9 in the big blind. Just curious to know how much his opponent has. And he folds it. Now Ketian. This is big. 3.4 million to call. And he won't. So again, the short stacks are exercising a case of good timing with regards to the spots they're picking. Nguyen still at the bottom, 4.1 million. But again, Sun was at 2 million after the debacle with ace king against sixes of Pham, and has worked his way up to 5 million. Pham was at 11 million at one point, tried to bluff, it didn't work, and now he's down to 7.8 as he continues to fold his big blind. Ketian once again under the gun. Raising anything. Cam with king 8 offsuit. Small blind. And Nguyen. He's got Jack 4 of diamonds. Now he's thinking of seeing a flop. This kid can't have it all the time, right? So he's going to see it. There's that old tale of putting your shirt over your mouth. Queen, 10, 5. Both have missed. Ketian's not going to slow down here, it appears. A ragged flop, very dry board, if you will. He's got some backdoor runners. Doesn't need it. He's just going to fire. And take it down again. This is a rinse and repeat thing that we're seeing now from Ketian, the chip leader.
Please complete your hand, guys. We go into the break time.
Lines are going to go up.
10-minute break for you guys.
Oh, looks like we're going to be on a break here on the main event. Are they still playing one hand? Break's already been announced, though. Hey, they better hurry. It's going to be a lot of attacking. That break's going to run out. Sun heard that there was a break. Might decide to make a move here. Queen 7 of hearts. And Pham is already getting ready for the break. He is going to make a raise. No, he won't. Ace 3 of diamonds, though, for Nguyen. This had better be a big bet. He's gone all in. Oh, Ketian's got ace 7. Might think about this. How much to call? 3.5 million. And he's sitting on 15 million. 1/5 of his stack. And a chance to eliminate a player and send us to three-handed with ace 7 offsuit. Makes the call. Right on the break, we're going to have an all-in and a call.
Alright. I thought we had break time, but no. Only going from Mr. Boom from Vietnam with Ice Face Silver Diamond. Against me is the KTM from China. Has Ice and 7. Domination from Mr. Boom.
This is a pot he can afford to lose.
To stay alive.
But he's dominating Mr. Hung Bob right now. We're going to see the first 3 community cards come out. It is Jack 10 9. Now to boot, he's actually got a gut shot. Gut shot straight draw. That's a 5 on the turn. Look at those outs.
The winner come with a jack of diamond, which means chop chop. Anybody love to
It's
chop
a
chop?
chop pot. Win is still alive. As we head into a break, much ado about a chop. Tian of China still on top of the leaderboard. That man, Win Tuan Hung, is still hanging on for dear life. Down to 11 big blinds. We're on break. We'll be right back. And coming back from the very first hand of coming off that break, we have Pham Tien Dung, who's at the top of his range right now with pocket kings. And he's going to raise it up. We are still four-handed here, folks. Everybody now guaranteed 900 million VND, or about 36,500 US dollars. Ace 9 offsuit for Nguyen. Hong Bob. Nguyen Tuan Hong. He's gone all in. And the Chinese players get out of the way. And he does make the call talking about Pham, so it's Pham with kings. And Nguyen's got ace 9. He's going to need a miracle here. Initially needing an ace. Nobody folded an ace.
After the break, we have a hold situation. Between Mr. Baptizo with the Kings. Against me, Mr. Hu from Vietnam. Mr. Hu is with his to 9 with ace and a 9.
Pham has survived everything so far. Can he dodge an ace? There's an ace on the flop. But there's also a king on the flop. Oh, he's going to need some backdoor stuff now. Needs running aces. He takes a drink. A scare card would be an ace. Nope, that's it. So that's going to do it. Nguyen Tuan Hong is eliminated. He's eliminated at 4th place by his countryman, Pham Tien Dung. So Nguyen Tuan Hong is going to take home 900 million VND, or 36,500 US dollars. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Billionaires Club now. As that man, Pham, has just dealt the elimination of yet another player. So Ketian still atop the leaderboard, but Pham Tien Dung is now at 12 million. And how about Sun Jian Feng, who was down to 2 million, has ridden the pay ladder once again. And everybody now a billionaire here, guaranteed at this point, 1.3 billion Vietnamese dong, or 52,600 US dollars. The pay jump from 3rd to 2nd is at 1.9 million VND, or 79,000 US dollars. Doesn't get any richer than that. First to act after that hand is Ketian, the chip leader, still the chip leader despite all of that. And he still continues to raise even if it's three-handed. Now it's easier for him because he only knows that Pham is going to play at the top of his range, or Pham is going to play at the top of his range. And he has somebody who's clinging on to life in Sun. Now remember earlier when Pham busted out, Mai Bien, he tried to bluff his opponent off the hand. It didn't work. Now he's just going to flat call and see the flop. Queen 5 versus King 6. King 6 at the moment ahead for Pham. And he flops it, but there's an ace and a jack with it. So a gut shot, straight draw for Ketian, the initial raiser. It's also a bunch of, he's also got a flush draw. Fam will check. Ketian, of course, is going to barrel here. Seven hundred, 750,000. Now, of course, hitting middle pair, you'd expect Fam to at least call here. That's not a call, that's a raise. Oh, check that. He just called. There's the money card. Seven of spades on the turn. Fam to act. Fam is checked. The pot currently at 3.3 million. Fam this time with second nuts. Comes in for a bet of 1.4 million to jack up the pot now to 4.7. Ketian's already got the check mark. Fam cannot win this hand no matter what. Can he continue firing with just a pair of kings? Good laydown. It's just a little past 7 p.m. local time. Dinner time for many, including myself. Pardon me while I be quiet a while, but can't be quiet on this hand because Sun, the shortest stack at the table, now wakes up with pocket jacks. Blinds are at 150, 300,000 already. We started the final table at, I believe, 60,000, 120,000. 1 hour levels. So no resistance from the bigger stacks. So the two gentlemen from China started the final table. We only had two gentlemen from China. They're still in there. Ketian is the chip leader. Pham Thien Dung of Vietnam, second place now with 10 million. And up to 5 million for Sun. He's not out of the woods yet. He's not dead yet. He's still breathing. Back into the action now with Ketyan picking up a suited king here. King 8 of diamonds. He's first to act on the dealer button now, three-handed. Makes the raise. Not quite sure if Fam wants to see a flop here. He's got 10-9 offsuit. Would be logical for him to do so. So he will. Two chip leaders going at it once again. Flop is ace, 9, 7, 2 spades. So Fam has paired his 9. He's got middle pair. Fam checks once again. Now, Fam has not had the reputation to be a trapper so far. So Ketyan's going to proceed. By hitting a pair of 9s, Ketyan might opt to continue here. Again, both of them are deep enough. So he's decided to just make the call. Turn card's a 10, that gives him 2 pair, but that also gives an open-ended straight draw to Ketyan. And it's also the 3rd spade on the board. Fam checks once again.
For transaction number rise of 800, 1600, and 1600 for entry.
Ketyan gets the redraw, but there's also a made flush on the board. Look at the outs there. It's a jack or a 6. He's going to play it on the come. Now, if you're a Fam, you know you're not losing. You're not drawing dead to a flush. You're not drawing dead to a straight. That's one of the reasons why you call the flop bet anyway, is to be able to achieve this. 2 pairs on the turn. What does he do? He raises it to 4.1 million. Ketyan, if you're drawing, I'm going to make it more uncomfortable for you to continue. Now he's going to just let it go. Well played there by Fam. He's got more chips to organize now. Ketyan and now Fam Tiandong are tied with 13 million each. Sun Jianfeng is down to 16 big blinds, but he's still got a shot. Whoa, 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 whoa. What did we just step into here? I took a few minutes off just to have something to eat. Fam raising from the dealer button. And the first time we've seen aces today. And just a call from Sun. Flop comes Jack 9-9. Gut shot for Fam. Of course, still aces for Sun. Sun's gonna play his aces slow here. Gut shot for Fam, needing a queen. He has bet 400. You can guarantee it's not going to be called here. He's going to make a raise, and that's a raise to about 900. 925. And Fam with the call. Four of hearts on the turn. There's only one move left here with a pot 3.5. Got 3 million behind. Probably still half pot this, but it's still dangerous because of the two spades out there. For Sun, he checks it. He just made a check raise and got called. And then decides to check. So if you're Fam right now, who would check raise check me? He wants to find out. There's another check raise coming, but the next check raise is going to be all in. Sun is now counting his chips. He is really praying right now that he's not up against ace 9 or something like that. That's the next check raise. The check raise is for all in. Fam's got king high. Even if he does hit a king on the river, it's not going to help. He's going to need one of those 4 cards you see at the top of your screens. And he decides to just let it go. So a massive pot there, 7.5 million taken down by Sun. It's like our dealers are starting to have fun when you have a dealer change once again. As we check out what happened there. So Sun has now climbed all the way up to 7.5 million, dropping Fam down to 11 million. And Ketian was just watching all of that, and he's still the chip leader. Back with us for 104. Hand 104 now. We are still three-handed here. And those three players are sitting side by side by side. Seats 2, 3, and 4. Ketian, the chip leader, raising once again. Jack 4 of hearts. Folded now to Fam in the big blind with 7-4 of clubs. Just absorbed a hit. Somewhat, maybe a minor hit, if you will, but a hit still. Against Sun to his right. Raises to 600,000. Remember, the blinds are at 150,000 and 300,000. 300,000 BB ante. So Fam's already invested the BB ante. And the big blind. So again, getting a good price to call with 7-4 of clubs. Flop 9, 8, 7. Bottom pair with a 4 kicker for Fam and a gut shot with some backdoor stuff going on for the flush for Ketian. So as expected, Ketian's going to make the C bet. With that gut shot straight draw needing a 10 or a jack. And a fold from Fam. Again, showing some excellent post-flop skills. Ketian, the chip leader. Now advancing to 13 million in chips. Putting Fam at 10 million. And Sun Jianfeng at 7.4 million. It's suddenly become a very close race here. If you're just joining us, Sun was dead in the water practically with 11 big blinds after he lost a coin flip to Fam. But he has worked his way up from just 2 million in chips to now to 7.4 million. And the last two eliminations were also dealt by Fam himself after eliminating 2 of his Vietnamese countrymen. Sun's going to come in for a raise with A6 offsuit. Fam has aces. The second time we've seen aces in the final table, and it has happened when it was three-handed. We did not see aces the whole day. Now we've seen it twice in practically 2 orbits. He makes the call. This is inviting Ketian to come in to make it a family pot. We have not had a family pot. We've had a bunch of walks, but no family pot. And this is the first time we've seen it. So let's see if the aces hold here for Fam. Flop is Queen 10 6. Ketian's gonna be in trouble here. Also a pair of sixes for Sun. Everybody's hit a piece of this except for Fam, who doesn't need to hit because he's got aces. And it goes check, check. Ketian has just checked top pair. Sun decides to check as well. He's got bottom pair. Turn card's a 6. Sun's got trips. Fam is in trouble now. Actually, both the chip leaders are in trouble. Because Ketian's still got top pair. And Fam has aces. Fam will be first to act. He's going to start putting chips in now. Maybe a tad too late. He's just bet 800,000. Now Ketian might even raise this. He's just called 800,000. Now Sun, no one's going to suspect that he's got a 6. He's just seen the 2 chip leaders bet into him, bet into his trips. This will be the turning hand of this tournament, folks. Sun is now thinking about what strategies he's gonna take. He just saw a bet and a call, and he's got trips. If he raises here, Fam's gonna at least call, and so is Ketyan. Ketyan might even go over the top. Here's the raise. And Fam is now thinking, did my strategy backfire on me? Or does the dude have Queen 10? That's the last time bank card Fam has. Boy, what a sick turn card. Oh, he still has a few. Wow, this is a sick, sick hand. And Ketyan's probably thinking, if he calls, I'm going to go over the top. Wow, he just folded aces. Fam just folded aces. Ketyan, what can you beat? That was a sick hand. Ketyan with the good instincts. As I guarantee you, if he flat called, he would have gone over the top. Fam suddenly down to 9 million. And Sun Janfeng now up to 10 million. Incredible how that hand went. And incredible that everyone's still in it. That's got to be one of the highlights of this final table. I mean, how would you have played your aces there? You know how Ketyan's going to play his 10-9. He's going to barrel. And he continues to maintain the chip lead. Ketyan now under the gun. Has raised it with Queen 10. Sun in the small blind with Ace 5. And Fam is going to check out the flop, it appears, with Jack 10. King, Jack, 7, mid pair once again for Fam, and an open-ended straight draw for Ketyan. Fam is checked. 800 again from Ketian. Make that 600 this time from Ketian. One ace has already been folded. So needs an ace or a 9 to complete the straight, or a queen to take the lead. Uh-oh. Got a check raise here. Coming from Ketian, who's still ahead. Check raise is to 2 million. 1.4 million to call for Ketian with 10 outs. I'm gonna put all the time bank cards in. He has options here. He's probably thinking as well, I don't want to see a miss, so want to see the 2 cards that come out. So it might opt to isolate, or it might opt to just go over the top of this. An all in and a call by the chip leaders. All in and a call from the chip leaders.
Guys,
Jack
we're
10.
going
Jack
for a
10 is still in the
semi-final
lead here.
between Mr. Pumpkin Moon from Vietnam and Mr. Ketian from China. The
Oh
flop
my
we have
goodness.
is
The
seven of
pot is
spades, queen of
18
spades, and jack
million.
of diamond. Please show hand, gentlemen.
Sun is jumping up and down in his seat right now.
Oh, Mr. Ketian from China
Another O
have the
coming
10
here.
and the queen. Open hand is straight.
Pham is
Mr.
ahead.
Zoom
He
has
just
10
needs to
and the
faint
jack.
10
Queen of queen.
outs with 2 cards to go. Whatever happens, Ketian is still going to have some chips.
Alright, the dealer is
Suspense
open the turn.
is incredible. Turn card
Turn comes
is the
with
6 of spades.
6 of spades.
Now that
This
gives
week,
Ketian another
Mr.
out.
Ketian upgrade with the
He's got,
flush draw.
he can hit another
Flush
spade
draw and open-ended.
from 10 outs to 17 outs on the river. Can he do it?
River. The river
And the river card's a 4. Pham is going to hold on. How many times has he been all in? He shows the love signal to his friends. Wow. The Vietnamese tag. We call him the Rock. Has just dodged bullets left and right. Pocket sixes against ace king, no problem. And now Jack 10 against the straight draw, hitting a 10 on the flop. Avoided even the redraw.
Massive cheerleader, by the way.
And
He is
Pham is now
over
the massive chip
17
leader, as Harvey
million
Chan
each.
just said. And Ketian, who was looking to cruise his way into heads up, is now the shortest stack among the 3. He once had a couple of buildings there, and now he just has an apartment complex. And now Mr. Pham has a metropolis. It was Ketian who moved all in, and he got snap called by Pham. Look at that, 18 million, 9.7 million for Sun, And suddenly down to just 12 big blinds. Ketyan from being the chip leader to hanging on for dear life now. Sun from 2 million in chips and 11 big blinds is now starting to look good to make it to heads up. He survived 2 pay jumps and now might survive the biggest one. Look at Fam thanking all his ancestors right now for allowing him to stay this long. Again, he was down to 12 big blinds at one point, and he now has 18 million in chips. Ketian had 16 million in chips. Now he's got 11 big blinds. Sun Jianfeng, almost 10 million in chips now. Ketian, dealer button, first to act. King 5 of hearts. 11 big blinds left. Sun will remain unfazed in spite of what's been happening around him. He's going to raise. Or he just makes the call, rather. Fam with Queen Jack. Still not finished painting the buildings. Again, it's not raised. Now it's going to be raised. $600,000 more to call. Suited king. Oh, it's going to be a completion to a 3-bet. He just completed the small blind. Fam raised. And now Sun is going to make the re-raise to 2.8 million. Remember that Ketian had folded a king. 1.9 million more to call for Fam with Queen Jack offsuit. Got pushed out of the hand. Saw the rabbit cards would have given Ketian a flush. But Ketian's now going to be in the big blind, where he'll have to invest the big blind ante as well. That'll leave him with 9 big blinds pre-flop. Oh, check that. It's Sun who's under the gun. And on the dealer button, yes. So it will be Ketian with the big blind and the big blind ante. Down to 9 bigs. Jack 10 offsuit for Sun. He will raise. Fam 7-5, small blind. How about this? How about this? Fam has now changed gears. He is now three betting with junk.
Construction Hero với tham long hẹp.
He has three
Heavy
bet to
break một hẹp.
1.8 million. Katian is folded. And Sun will also fold. So that now reduces Katian to just 9 big blinds. Once again, these are 3 billionaires already, folks. Everybody at this point guaranteed 1.3 billion VND or 52,600 US dollars. Bam is first to act. Hand 111. He's raising anything now. Katian ace jack. He's got 9 big blinds left. He has 3 bet all in. Oh, he's made a call. Fam has made the call with Queen 3 offsuit.
Right.
Wants to deal the
Next
knockout
position
blow
we
to
have
Katian.
Oriental from Mr. Fountain Zoom from Vietnam. Against with Mr. Ketian from Chinese. From China, my bad. Mr. Ketian
So Katian with ace jack.
Ajax off against with Queen 3 from Mr. Zoom.
So Fam has live cards.
Someone call Queen, someone call Ace. The
Wants
video
to
is
get
still
it the
being
heads
held around
up.
the clock.
Here come the first 3 community
The
cards.
fourth
It's
count
ace,
is
jack,
Ace,
deuce,
Jacks,
2
and
pair
Deuce.
for Katian.
Oriental.
Running
This
cards
is the third
required
round.
now for
Don't
Fam.
have any update from Mr. Zoom. This is going to be the right game.
Could be a misstep here from our chip leader.
The third count is a deal. Which bet?
Turn cards
Two
a
bet all
deuce.
from KTM from China.
That's
We
not
also
going to
have
do it. There's
triple
going to
bet
be a
all from
double up
KTM.
here for Katian. River card's a king. Doesn't matter. Katian is going to stick around. Going to go up to 18 big blinds now. Or 19 big blinds. Maybe a misstep there from Fan. Don't want to give this kid some confidence, though. He was manhandling the table when he was the chip leader. Now he's got back to 6.4 million. Sun is down to 9.5 million. And Fam is down to 15 million. Pocket threes this time for Katian. He might continue doing this until he regularizes his stack once again. He's gone all in with the pocket threes. No one can call him. That all in is now for 6.4 million. It's going to start to get more painful. Just wants to see the count. We can see it in the graphic. They can't. There's Nguyen Vu sipping his coconut coffee in the background, the general manager of the Grand Loyal Poker Club. You have the GM taking in the action. It's got to be some action. And the fold coming from Pham. This now pushes Katian back to 7.1 million. Starting to get into striking distance once again. Of course, Pham with 14 million had 18 million a few moments ago. Action on Sun. A pair of jacks. Second time he's picked it up. Bam. Ace 10. Boy, this dealer has been dealing some action hands. He's gone all in. Sun makes the call. Ace 10 versus jacks. Perhaps another misstep from Pham.
Alright, once again, Mr. Frankenzo in the support. Now, ace 10 from Mr. Zhu has to beat double jacks from Dian Sheng Fan from China. 3 out for Mr. Zhu. This is a huge spot. So I need once you have won, ace or jack.
Pham needs an ace.
This is the key hand. The dealer
Harvey's
plays
got everything I'm doing in commentary. This is the key hand. Flop. No ace. Queen 10 tray, all diamonds. And Pham has the ace of diamonds. And there's also a 10, so that's more outs. An ace, a 10, or a diamond.
10, queen, or diamond. And Mr. Zhu has ace of diamond.
Ace,
Mr.
10, or a diamond.
Diamond.
Suddenly a sweat card. Or Sun.
Dealer, please, carefully and open the turn very, very slowly.
Harvey says very, very slowly. It's a 6, or make that a 5 of clubs.
Not pinching and not pinching.
Ace, 10, or diamond.
10, ace or diamond or nothing. Okay, the dealer, please. One more time, very, very slowly. Open the river.
I love you, Harvey. Very, very slowly. It is the diamond. The 9 of diamonds comes out. And the knockout blow has been dealt by Pham as Sun Janfeng is out of the tournament with pocket jacks.
Is a 9 of diamond, which means
A 1-card flush. The nut flush for Pham, and we are now at heads up. Sun looks to be cruising to heads up. Second in chips. And suddenly, this, as Harvey Chan said, is the key hand. Pham Tien Dong versus Ketian.
Alright. Yeah. The turn right, please. I need pause the call. Alright, now everybody.
So,
Attention, please.
Sun Janfeng
Ross
is
seven
going to take
teams,
down 1.3 billion
750 mil. And
VND
now we have the
or
final two winners.
52,600
For
US
winner,
dollars. We are now
Mr. Park
down
Hyun-sung, red
to
line,
the
the S line,
final
red ball,
two.
1,
There's
2, 3,
Harvey.
4. Over 10 million chips. And Mr. KTR
One of
from
the most
China,
entertaining gentlemen
red
you'll ever
side,
meet.
over 6
Look
million
at this
chips.
heads up.
So
This is
now we have
complete
like 10-minute break
and
for the
utter
heads up. All right.
domination in terms of chip
Thank
counts right
you.
now. But
10-minute break,
anything
guys.
can
10-minute
happen
break.
here, folks. Boy, Pham Tien Dong
2000
with a
2001.
runner flush eliminating Sun Jian Feng. We are now in heads up. Both gentlemen now guaranteed 1.95 billion VND or 79,000 US dollars. And the champion of this main event is going to take down 3 billion VND or 121,500 US dollars. Look at this chip count, 25 million to 6.5 million. It has been done before. But again, that's a practical 5-1 edge by Pham Tiandong over Ketian of China. We will have heads up when we return right here on the main event of the Vietnam Poker League 2024.
Right, as the ones who know, it's the last chance in Harlem, the last event in Harlem, Vietnam Poker League is still on level 8 with 33 million buy-in, 91 billion. Right now, we have only 70 remain. Itu Wanjo, you know how to work with the cashier. Thank you. super high roller. Please complete your hand, and we're going to the break time. 10-minute break for you guys. Thank you. All right. And for the main event, please welcome to the stage. From China, Mr. Ketian, please welcome to the stage. And from Vietnam, please shout out welcome to Mr. Commentator. Zay's gonna fight for the 3 billion guarantee on the first line. And the trophy I have on my hand now. Yeah, please shake your hand. Yeah, and before we start the battle, please look at the camera and take a photo. Right. I need a dealer. Where is the dealer? Alright. And the dealer is shot right now. Who is will be the champion of the main event VPL? Is gonna be Mr. Fantizo from Vietnam or Mr. KTR from China? We never know. The battle with him is 150,000, 300,000, and 300,000 NT. The battle is from Mr. KTR from China. The dealer plays shot for with you. Good luck.
All right, Harvey Chan with all of the necessary introductions, and here we go into heads up in this one. Ketian, the former chip leader, down to 6.5 million with our blinds now at 150,000, 350,000. He is down to 6.5 million. On the dealer button, he knows he's got to make some kind of move to be able to overhaul that metropolis that is being held now by Pham, who's just decided to go all in. Makes the call immediately. Ketian. He's ahead with ace deuce. But Pham has jack 10, the same hand he used to take all the chips of Ketian, almost all the chips of Ketian away earlier. Ketian is ahead with the ace deuce right now. Again, he needs a major comeback. Ketian already smiling right now. He knows this entire building is against him. He's up against one of the hometown favorites. And let's see that flop now. Flop.
come with like this.
King
Which
seven
card should
four.
have already go?
So far, so good
So
here
what
for
should we for
Ketian.
Mr. Ketian?
Ah, he's just repeating what
What
I
you want?
said. Come
What you
on,
want?
Harvey.
What you want?
All right, there's two more cards to come, but Ketian's gonna like what
Look
where he's
this.
at right now.
Over the top
Just needs
and
to
look
avoid
very,
6 outs of
very
Jack or
good.
10.
The total card with
Turn
picture
cards
and
another
insert
king. That's
cards
even
on the
better now
right.
for the ace. And the smile now from
Remember,
Fam.
please stay outside the stage,
Just a
please.
Jack or a 10 on the river. Otherwise, we play on.
Alright, here we go.
And the river
Here we
card's at
go.
9,
Here's the
almost,
card. We have some full
but
jackpot
not
for
quite.
Mr.
Katian is
Ketian.
going to get a double up to 13 million now. So suddenly it's not as far off as it was. It was almost 5-1 to begin heads up at 25 million to 6.5 million. And now 13 million going to Katian of China. And about 18 million left. So suddenly it's become a contest. Yeah, this is not even a 2-1 lead anymore for Fam. Katian might just extend this. Another one of these, he's going to be the chip leader.
Alright, finish the hand number one.
You can see right there, two. All right, there it is. Practically even. 18 million to 13 million. How about this?
Wow. The third card, Mr. Alice Diamond. Mr. Joe has two men. Mr. Ketian still have
Just
queens
needs a
with the
king
chip and kings with
or
the
a
chip. So
queen.
what is gonna be? What you guys want? What you guys want?
King
Rigo.
or a queen.
Rigo and with the jack.
It's a jack.
That is not enough. Double up again for Mr. Joe.
Now the tables have completely turned.
Alright, so we're going to number 17. This is short stack of ice 7 suitors top and 4 5 suitors flop. Below the flop. Right, flop is king jack and below flop
So Fan
only
gets the chips he
king
lost back on the very next hand.
and ace. Ice diamond. Nothing happened. Only
Queen
king
Jack
below.
versus Ace 10.
Then
10 on the
we
flop,
gonna
ace on the
see
turn.
short stack number
No king or queen on the river. Because Fan, or make that Ketian actually hit a queen on the flop.
Alright, king jack for the draw.
And the blinds are going up as well.
300,000
200,000, 400,000 now. And Ketian is wondering where did all of that good fortune go in the early goings of the final table when he was the chip leader.
And number two to survive.
So I'm dying to see what the chip count is right now because that's massive again for Fam. Ace 5. He's, he's just gone all in. Ketian with Ace 4
That's the call. So we have
makes the
another draw
call.
situation. Mr. Trump got
Ketian's behind slightly.
Ketian has H4. The
Slightly
elimination.
behind because there are a lot of chop outs for this hand. Initially, Ketian's going to need a 4. There are many chop outs to this hand.
The dealer is on the flop. The flop coming King
7-7 King. It's
7,000.
headed for that. It's headed for that. Anything higher than a 5 now.
King of cups, I think. King of clubs, 7 of cups. Turn. Turn number 10.
That's it.
So, yeah, we don't know, right?
Yeah, that's a chop already right there. Anything higher than a
We don't
5.
know. This can be chopped? Yeah, we chop. We're gonna cut into 10
Yeah,
away.
the only way he could have won there was a 4 actually, and that's happened to me before, but it looked like to be headed for a chop. It's a good thing they didn't push all the chips in the middle, otherwise there'd be a lot of arranging to be done again. So Fam is at that point right now where he's going to just shove anything in. Look at that. That's not even a metropolis anymore. That's a province. So 28 million to 2.9 million. Just when Ketian thought that he could get a major double up once again to take the chip lead. 5 big blinds. Ketian might want to wait. Let's see if he does it here. Down to just a 5 million chip lead.
And from the last check handler, if you like 1,000, check handler, and check handler money.
Ace 9 this time.
สำหรับลาเชนเอาเลยรายท่านมีให้น้ำจ้ามาเตให้น้ำจ้า
I'm still ahead here. Decides to make it a raise. It's 7-6 suited for Ketian. Now they have a lot of artillery to go back and forth on. And he's going to make the call. Flop Jack 7 deuce. So Ketian's taking the lead now with mid pair. Fam continues to fire here. He's got ace high. It's up to 900,000. Once again, they're both deep once again. So the call coming from Ketian with middle pair. Turn cards a jack. Ketian improves the 2 pair. Jacks and 7s with a 6 kicker. Jacks and ace high for Fam. He now checks. Ketian now has a sense that he could be ahead here. He's going to put that to the test. $1.7 million. And the call coming from Fam, needing an ace or a 9. Deuce on the river. 3 pairs now for Ketian. So Fam has checked. He wants more. He just said 6 million. Or that's 5 million rather. Of course, Fam can't call this. You can see the action so far on the left side of your screens. Just when you thought Ketian was going to check behind because he has showdown value, he decides to go for more value. Pot now at 13 million. And now with that, Ketian's going to take the lead. Up to 20 million against 11 million. In just 2 hands. Suddenly this heads-up affair isn't something that Fam had intended on. When he came in 25 million to 6.5 million, you thought it was just going to be like a matter of time. But now he's the one trying to come back. 9-8 offsuit. Remember, Fam's image was one that was rock solid, playing only the top of his range. But when it came to 3-handed, he changed gears. In fact, had an all-in, called an all-in with Queen 3, called an all-in with 10-3, and called an all-in with Ace 10, in which eventually he did get to eliminate Sun. Just a call here with the 9-8. That opens the door now for a raise coming from Ketian, although he's only got 9 deuce. But K-Tian knows how to navigate post-flop, that's for sure. So he is raising. He's out of position, though. Again, heads up, the small blind has the dealer button as well. First act pre-flop. First act pre-flop, last to act after the flop. He'll call it. Flop is jack trade tray. No help to anybody. Check from K-Tian. Check behind from Pham. Jack on the turn. Starting to look like a chop right now. Unless a deuce comes on the river. Or an 8 comes on the river. It's an ace. Now it's a total chop. See if K-Tian can represent that ace. Remember that Pham only completed the small blind. Could mean he was very strong. He was speculating. Ho, ho, ho. What have we here? A bluff on the river. This is a split pot. Now, if you're K-Tian, did he come in with Jack 10? Check the flop. Really suspicious, this bet on the river, because it was not raised, but of course a lot of people would actually just try to trap the small blind. So trying to go through the thought process with K-Tian here. And a fold. The flag of Vietnam and the flag of China. Two countries that are right next to each other. If you're familiar with the geography of China, the Yunnan province is right next to Vietnam. In fact, I was able to go to Kunming just a few weeks ago. And Kunming is so close to Hanoi. It's not even going to take you 4 hours to get from Kunming to Hanoi if you did try to make that land travel. So two countries bordering each other actually on that end. And they're going up against each other in Hanoi. Not quite sure if K-Tian is from Kunming. Uh-oh. All in from Pham. On the raise from K-Tian with King 10. Pham's got Ace Jack. And the all-ins for 5.8 million.
Right.
All in and a
We're
call.
going. We're going. Mr. Falcons right now. Chris is to the line with Ajax. Mr. Ketian's not calling this kick 10 off. But this is going to be 45, 55.
Let Harvey do his thing. We can see the percentages here. Fam is ahead. Tables have been switched.
Do me a favor. Open the top very, very slowly.
There you go again with a very, very slowly. That's the phrase of the day. Ace on the window. Needs running cards to eliminate his opponent. Ketian does.
With the 310. What should I run?
Let's see if we get a sweat card.
With the miss over the turn.
No sweat card. That's it. Pam's going to double through. Boy, from being a 5-1 chip leader to being behind and now being really short stacked. Getting a fortuitous flop. And the tournament directors are now involved as well in trying to transport the necessary chips from China to Vietnam.
So now Mr. Falcons is back to the field. We over 10 million cheap.
I love it when Harvey speaks in English. Everything becomes a lot clearer. So there's where we're at. 19 million to 12 million. So Pham, who had a 5-1 lead, lost the lead in two hands. Struggling to come back right now. Coming up now with Queen 10. He's the one with Queen 10 this time. On the small blind and on the dealer button. He announces raise. 9-4 of clubs for Ketian. He'll make the call and he's out of position. Queen on the window. Queen Jack 4. Ketian's hit the 4 as well. Top pair versus bottom pair. Checks it over to the razor. $800,000 on the C-bet. And the call. Turn card brings out another queen. Trips now. For Pham, he gets the check mark. Ketian checks his pair of 4s once again. 1.3 million. If you're Katian, can you call with just bottom pair here? Still one card to come. You'll fight another day, or at least another hand. So the comeback is starting to happen once again for Fam. Remember, he was down to 12 big blinds at one point when it was six-handed. Fought his way back, became the chip leader, at heads up, lost it, and now he's trying to regain it. That lead is down to 3 million now for Ketian. Blinds at 200,000, 400,000. Ketian with Queen Jack suited now. Gonna be coming in for a raise. Ace 10 off suits for Fam. Could we see everything go into the middle this time again? He has just re-raised it to 1.4 million though. Oh, so initially Katian just called, completed the small blind, and now a raise. And now a call from Katian. This time he's got position. Got the flop queen on the window, and a 10 as well. Queen 10-3 rainbow. First act is Fam. He's hit. Middle pair. Checks it. Kei-chan maybe sensing he could go for the knockout blow here. Pair of queens, top pair with a jack kicker.
Alright, super Haruna, stay quiet. Players, please stay in your seat. There will follow tea on. Thank you. Only reporter showing.
Bet now to 1.6 million. And a raise to 4.1 million. This could be it right here.
Julie Warhead.
He had raised pre-flop, talking about Fam. He had raised it, checked the flop, then check raised the flop. All in and a call.
Right.
Yeah, and look at the celebration. He's so happy right now. He's ahead. Kate Tian could be 2 cards away from being crowned champion of the main event. 5 outs for Fam, and he looks up at the heavens once again, summoning the spirit of his ancestors. Kate Tian is hoping that everything stays grounded. No ace, no 10. Let Harvey's doing some commentating as well. Let's see that turn card.
This one is main be the last hand for the main event, maybe. So please do very, very slow. Please overturn.
Very, very slowly. You heard Harvey. Turn card. Oh, it's an ace! And the look says it all for Ketian. He's now got a gut shot, though. He needs a king or a queen. A king or a queen. Otherwise, it's going to be a massive lead once again for Fam. King or a queen for Ketian to become the champion. Is he the champion or will he be crippled? It's down to this last river card. King or queen? River card's a jack. Everybody held their breath because it was paint, but it wasn't the paint that Ketian was looking for. He had an inferior 2 pair on the river. Ace 10 beating Queen Jack. And wow, just when you thought that it was over, Ketian had just rebuilt that city. And all he's got now is rubble. This is going to be even worse than when it started. Because it was that close. I believe he's going to be left with what 2.5 or 3 million behind. Look at the look on Ketian's face as his buildings are going to be moved to Vietnam. There they go. Boy, he was 1 or 2 cards away from the championship. And one of the 10 outs that Fam needed came on the turn. He still had a chance, needing a king or a queen on the river to win the championship. But now he has to count how much he has left. That looks like it's less than 3 million. That should be in the avenue of about 28 million now. As the blinds are going to go up. Amazing turn of events. And the word turn is the pun there. Because that's when the ace came out to help his ace 10 get 2 pair. So we're now down to what could be just a matter of time again before the whole erosion process kicks in for the gentleman from China. Fam at 28 million. He's just gone all in. Okay, Tian with ace 4. He's called it. All right, now there's a lot of chop outs in this one, folks. Ace 5, ace 4. Okay, Tian's going to need a 4, of course, to take the lead. If 5 comes out, he'll be drawing very slim if a 5 comes out. But again, with pots like this and with hands like this, a lot of chop outs here. Let's see if anything happens. Oh, there you go. King 7-7. So any card that comes out that's higher than a 5, of course, a 5 with 3 comes out, the kicker still plays. Or a deuce comes out, the kicker still plays. That's it. That's got to be a chop. Unless a 4 comes out on the river or a 5 comes out on the river. It's a chop. That's official now. So for the moment, the gentleman from China is still around. Remember, once again, The guarantee at this point is 1.95 billion VND or 79,000 US dollars. The champion will take down 3 billion VND or $121,500, 778 entries with a buy-in of 22 million VND or about 900 US dollars from the original guaranteed prize pool of 8 billion. Prize pool is now over 15 billion or about 610,500 US dollars. And these two are going to have the lion's share of that. Katian, Queen 3 of Spades. About 2.6 million left, or five big blinds. Let's just call it that. Five big blinds. He's gone all in. Fam calls it. Oh, he's ahead. King 6 offsuit versus Queen 3 of Spades.
All right. Mr. Zulmas, King and the 6. Mr. KTR and the Queen suit of spade.
Boy, Harvey still got a lot of energy. I give him
So
that.
what's the move for Mr. Lu? The deal is open flop.
Here comes the flop. A 3 on the window.
3 ace and a 10.
Ace 10 3.
What's the bid for Mr. KTR?
Katan has taken the lead.
The deal is open third. The third
Turn
card
cards a
is
6. And now Fam takes the lead. Katan's going to need a queen or a 3. Otherwise, we have a champion.
Last hand of the main event, baby. Alright, let's say River.
Here's the river card. That's it. We have a champion. After what has been a roller coaster heads up, Pham Thien Dung of Vietnam is the champion of the main event of the Vietnam Poker League. Second place going to Katian. Boy, what a game this kid played. Katian finishing in second for 1.95 billion VND or 79,000 US dollars and 121,000 US dollars to the gentleman from Vietnam. That represents the biggest single day win for Pham Thien Dung in his career, his largest prize ever. And that's going to really bump up his bankroll now. His largest prize ever was 57,510 US dollars for finishing first in the super high roller in the Asian Poker Tour in 2022. Now he's got 121,000 and the championship of the main event of the Vietnam Poker League. This has been a blast, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, we will be doing this all again this coming May. The first week of May is also the start of the next Vietnam Poker League. And it will still be in Hanoi, and we will have all the action for you right here. But for now, congratulations to the champion, taking down 121,500 US dollars or 3 billion VND, Pham Thien Dung of Vietnam. My name is Noel Zarate. It is so long from the Grand Loyal Poker Club here in Hanoi, Vietnam. Until next time, have a great week ahead. Good night, everyone.